Have you always wanted to start your dream project using a modern tech stack? Then we have just the right thing for you. We will use Next.js, TailwindCSS, Clerk, Stream Chat, and Stream Video to build up a clone of the popular app Discord. We will add different servers to our application here. We can even create new ones. We can also create new text channels. We can use different categories here. We can even add voice channels that we can join. We can add video calling to this by simply clicking this button. Hi. We can end this and start a chat with reactions. We customize everything from start to finish to make this look just like the Discord app that a lot of people know and love. So let's get started. Hello and welcome to this video on how to build a full stack Discord clone. Now this is quite a massive project. So first, let's take a look at the tech stack that we're using. First, as our web framework of choice, we have decided to go with Next.js. It is a really popular framework at the moment and offers everything that we need. Specifically, what comes in handy for us is that it has the option to use API routes. Now, what this does is it not only allows us to build front-end code, but also to execute certain code snippets on the server. Therefore, we can build a full stack application, adding in some backend functionality without needing to switch to a different framework. We will make use of this by integrating different other services for things like authentication, chat, and video functionality. For styling, we will go with TailwindCSS. It is also quite a popular framework, and it comes built in with Next.js, so we don't need to do any additional setup. We will need to do some customization, and for certain things, we will also have to write custom CSS code. But for the most part, we will use Tailwind for quick and easy styling. As an authentication provider, we have decided to go with Clerk. It integrates quite well with Next.js, and the API makes it really easy to use this service, also together with the other provider that we're going to be using for chat functionality, and that is Stream Chat. It has its own authentication functionality, but we can very easily integrate this with Clerk in only a few lines of code. Then we will use the chat functionality that Stream Chat offers and customize it in a way that we can use it to build our Discord clone. Finally, for the audio channels and the video calling functionality, we will go with the Stream Audio and Video SDK, as it provides us some powerful ways to integrate it quite easily with the chat functionality, and it also gives us customization options that we can use to make it look like Discord. Now I want to mention that obviously this is a massive project. So by the end of the video, I might look quite different, and you can probably see the progress of the video just by the amount of gray hair on my head. Let's just hope I'm not fully gray by the end of the video. But on a more serious note, feel free to watch this video or this course, however you might want to call it, in your own pace. We've added chapter marks to this video to make it easier to jump between the sections that you want to see. Obviously, you can also watch it from start to finish and follow along, but we also provide a GitHub repo with the finalized code that you can see in the description of the video. Finally, I want to mention that, of course, we couldn't cover everything that Discord offers. It is a massive application with an awesome team of developers, designers, and project people involved. So as a one-person team, it is quite hard to replicate everything there. But the goal was to cover as many aspects as possible. So if you want to add more functionality, you have all the tools at hand that you need. If there are any other features that you would like to see, feel free to comment on the video and we'll do our best to cover this as well. While you're at it, we would highly appreciate if you like the video and subscribe to the channel. This was a lot of work and a lot of sweat that went into this, so it would really help us if you consider subscribing to the channel. Also, this is the first project that we've done at this scale, So let us know how you enjoy this. And if you want to see us covering other clones as well, we will definitely try our best to cover as much as possible. But with all this being said, let's get started with the project. We'll go through the setup process of the project step by step, but I'll also add a link to the Next.js resource in the description of the video. So let's jump to the browser first. Here we can see the Next.js homepage, and if we go to get started, we can already see there is the documentation with a lot of things there. Developer experience is really good. And if we take a look at the installation, we can already see how we can get things done. So let's first copy this command and then we jump to the terminal and paste this. So what this does is it takes the latest version of the create next app script and executes it. For this, we need to install it, so it's okay to proceed. We need to give the project a name. Let's call it Discord clone. We want to use TypeScript. Now, of course, you can also go with JavaScript and build out this project, which is perfectly fine. But I personally prefer to use TypeScript as we have some form of typing and it gives us a little bit more security while developing, while also having a bit of syntactic sugar. So I want to use TypeScript. Yes, we want to use ESLint. It helps us to find errors in our code through static code analysis. So yes, please. Now, as I've already mentioned, TailwindCSS is integrated quite well with Next.js. And if we choose yes here, we already have it integrated into our project, which comes in very handy for us. So yes, here as well. We can opt for using a source directory to put all our code in. If we don't do that, all the code will be put into an app directory, which we actually want to do. The source directory is the older version, which is called the pages router from Next.js, which we don't want to talk about right now. So just important here to select no and use the new app router, new being relative. So yes, we're going to use the app router here. And then we could customize the default import alias. It's an @ sign per default, and I'm happy with that. Feel free to customize it if you want, but I'm happy with the default one. So let's select no here and wait for the installation to finish. As you can see, it installs quite a few dependencies, some React dependencies, TypeScript, we have Tailwind, CSS, auto prefix and post CSS are part of the Tailwind project. And then we have ESLint. So yeah, let's wait until this is finished, which actually didn't take that long. So now the project is set up and we can take a look at it. We open things up with VS Code here. It's my preferred editor of choice. For that, we need to first switch into the directory that we just created, and then we can open up VS Code. We go full screen and we can already see the project here. Let's take a very quick look, but we will go into more detail throughout the process of creating this project. So we have the app directory, which contains all of our source files. We have the node modules. We have a public directory for some resources, the ESLint configuration. We have a tsconfig, a Tailwind config, where the Tailwind classes are specified, and we will customize this with a few custom colors. And there are our dependencies in the package.json. So the project looks fairly normal. And with that, we have our project set up nicely. The last step for us is to check if we can actually run the project. So let's close this. Let's close off the sidebar and open up the terminal inside of VS Code. Let's make it a little bit bigger so we can see what we're doing. And let's run yarn dev to run the project in development mode. That works, and we can now switch the browser to localhost 3000. And if we do this, we will see the template from Next.js, and we can start from here and get our project running. With that, we have the project set up quite nicely. We can continue from here on with the next step. Now we have a working project that is our blank canvas to start working with. The first thing that we want to do is set up the auth provider. Now you can go in different directions and first do chat or first do video, but I think it makes sense to first authenticate our users and then build up the system from there. Now, as I've mentioned, we will be using Clerk here, and again, you can use other providers for this, but I heard good things for Clerk. But I don't want to just show you how to do it. I also want to take you on the journey of discovering how to integrate services like this, because if you use other ones, you need to go that route as well. So let's jump into the browser and go to the Clerk homepage. We can see here they have the most comprehensive user management platform, their words, not mine. And if we go to pricing, which could be interesting, we see that it scales with us, which is nice. And we have 10,000 monthly active users for free. I think for the purpose of this tutorial, we should be good to go. Now, my next approach would be to go to the docs page, which looks quite exhaustive. We have quick starts, that sounds nice, and we can actually see they have one for Next.js, so there are all the steps necessary. I will take you through them, but just for you to know, if there are tools that have nice documentation, it's far easier to integrate them into your project, so it makes sense to do some research first. With that being said, let's start the integration of Clerk into our project. Now we have the installation command here. Let's copy this over to our project. We open up the terminal again. Let's pause the execution here for a second and run the add command. Now, while this is running, we can switch back to the browser and see that we now need some environment variables. In order to do this, we can jump to the dashboard here to create a new project and get these credentials. We open this in the new tab and switch to that tab. Now you can already see I created a project before, but let's start off fresh. And let's call this clone of Discord. And you can already see a preview of the sign-in screen, which I think is quite nice. We can add different options here. I think email address and Google login is fine. We could also add other ones such as Facebook, Apple, and you can see the component updating live. We can also fully customize this, but for the purpose of this tutorial, I think we're good to go with this pre-built component. And yes, I'm happy with that. We called it clone of Discord and we create the application. Now I'm not blurring anything here because after this video is released, I will delete this project. So you can't use these credentials here. But yes, let's see. We need to add these API keys and the secret to the local environment file. So again, let's copy these over, switch to our project. The installation has been done, which is nice. And we don't have a env-local file yet, so let's create this .env.local. And we paste the credentials here. We save and we're good to go. Before we continue with the code, let's first think about what we want to do for a second. First, we need to initialize Clerk in our application, which makes sense. They offer a provider for that, which basically means at the root of the project, we will inject the provider and then all the other components will have access to this. What we want to do with Clerk is to restrict access to the entire application. We can also use only protection for custom routes. So we could define routes as public and private and access public routes. For example, if we would have an application that allows you to access certain parts of the website without authentication, but other parts should be protected. So there's a user specific area, for example, we could also define that. But in our case, we're fine with just protecting the entire page, requiring the users to sign up before accessing our app. So let's start with this. We close the environment file and let's also minimize the terminal and actually the sidebar as well. We open up the layout.tsx file, which defines the structure of our app as we can see in the root layout. This is a good place to inject the provider. So we create a new line here and we say we want to have the Clerk provider from the @clerk/Next.js package. And we want to wrap this in a HTML element. And with this, Clerk is already initialized. Now, I mentioned we need the middleware now. So let's open up the Explorer here, make it a little bit bigger. And at the root of our project, create a new file called middleware.typescript and close the sidebar. And now we can either type it out or be smart, switch back to the Next.js quick start and scroll down a little bit. And we see the code for the auth middleware is already here. So let's just copy this. And we have a config already and our auth middleware that we can use to further customize this. So let's switch back to VS Code and let's paste this code. But it turns out we actually have to do something on our own here as well. Because as I said, we want to restrict access to the entire application. So what we can do with this middleware is we can now define some code that is always executed when a user tries to access a page. So we define a function called afterAuth, which takes the auth object and a request. And what we can do now is we can check if the auth object does not have a user ID and auth is not a public route. Again, for us, all routes are public, so that fits in well here. We can say we want to redirect to sign in, which is a very convenient function that we have. And we can define a return back URL, which we will say is the request.url. So whichever page the user wanted to access, we will first redirect them to a sign-in page. And after returning from the sign-in process, we will send them to the requested URL. In the end, we will return a next response .next call. With that, the auth experience is already done. So let's take a look how this works in the browser. But before we start the app again, I just spotted a mistake, because if we have an unauthenticated user, we actually want to return this, because otherwise we will jump to the next response.next function, so we won't have any authentication. So let's run the project. We open up the console and enter yarn dev. We wait for it to be built, and we now see the middleware has been compiled in, so that's nice. And We already see we have been redirected. Let's go back to localhost to demonstrate this again. So we go back to localhost and we are redirected to this Clerk page. Now we can either sign in to a clone of Discord, the name of our project, or we can sign up, which we want to do here. And now I want to create my account. I continue with Google, use my email account and accept this. And with that, I am being redirected. So the middleware is working. It has restricted us from accessing our application. It required us to sign up. So a new user is now created. And now we can access the app. Let's quickly jump to the Clerk dashboard to see if this actually worked. And we can see we have a new user. Our total users are at an all-time high with 1. So the good news is we have 9,999 monthly active users left in the free plan, which is quite nice. But we can see it worked. We can take a look at the user in more detail. We see the email address. It is verified. And now we have a little bit more options here, and we will take a look at the metadata in a second. But for now, we are happy because we have an authentication process built into our application with very minimal effort, I would say, but a quite nice experience for the user who can now sign up either via email or via their Google account. And we are ready for the next step. In the previous step, we have added authentication to our Discord clone. The next step is to add the chat functionality. But for that, we need to integrate Stream Chat into our Next.js application. Mainly, we will go through 4 steps here. The first one will be adding the dependency for the Stream library. It's an open source library and we can add it very easily using Yarn. The second step is to register on the Stream website and create a new project on the Stream dashboard. We will go through that step by step so that you know exactly what you need to do. The third step will be to sync the authentication that we have with Clerk with the Stream backend. Because while we have registered our users at Clerk, we still need to authenticate our users with Stream to access their chat functionality. And for that, we need to sync the users we have at Clerk with the users we have at Stream. This will be quite easy, but still we need to add a few steps to do this. And the fourth and final step here will be to initialize the chat in our application and show a generic chat solution that we can then customize that it looks like the Discord application that we want to clone. Let's take the first step and start by adding the Stream dependency to our project. As we can see, the Stream Chat React library is a public project, so it's open source. You can browse through the code if you like, or we can just add the dependency, but feel free to explore the SDK if you like. So we switch to our terminal and we add 2 libraries. The first one is the Stream Chat library. We will use that for some of the backend tasks that we need to tackle. And we add the Stream Chat React dependency to have access to some of the pre-built components and also to access some of the useful hooks that we get from the SDK to access inside of our application. So let's run this. And since this is now done, let's switch back to our project and we can open up package.json and see the new dependencies are installed. So we are ready to incorporate that. Before we start by adding Stream-specific code to our application, we first need to create a project on the stream dashboard. To do this, we switch to the browser. We go to dashboard.getstream.io. I'll add a link to that in the video description. And we need to create an account or log in. I am already logged in, so I can get started by creating a new app. I will give it the name of clone of Discord. And now I need to set a few settings. I need to specify the location of the servers. One for feeds, which is another stream product that we won't use here, but let's set it to EU. Setting the correct location is important because it will have an effect on the latency that your users will face. So it makes sense to select the area where the majority of your users will be located. In my case, I think the majority of people will be in the EU, so let's select EU West. We don't want to clone an existing app, and we're fine with having a development environment. We can also create a production one, but for now, the development environment is fine for us. So let's create this app. And we are sent to the chat overview screen already. I would say the monthly active users are not where we would like them to be, but we're just getting started, so that is fine. We will explore the dashboard later on in a little bit more detail when creating users, but there are a lot of options here that you can go through and where you can specify settings to tailor your app towards your needs. What is important for us is that we need the key here and the secret for us to work with the SDK in our application. Now, the key alone is not highly sensitive. The secret is, but let's be good citizens and put both of these credentials to the environment file so that we don't provide easy access to them. So let's do this. We copy the key, we switch to our application, we open up the env.local file, and we say we want the stream API key. We paste this here, and then we also want to have the stream secret. And we switch back to the browser, we copy this, and we paste this while this is blurred now. So don't provide easy access to that for anybody outside of your application because they will have full control of your app. We saved the file and now we are ready to incorporate the Stream SDK into our application. And in the next step, we will do just that. We can get started with coding now. So to start, let's create a convenience hook for us to initialize the Stream SDK. So we open up our project explorer here, and let's create a new folder. Let's call it hooks, where we store the hooks that we create. And let's create a new file and call it useclient.tsx. Actually, we don't need the TSX. It's fine to be a TypeScript file. First, in this file, we add the necessary dependencies that we use. And let's minimize the sidebar to see this better. So first we add the dependencies here. And then we want to have a hook where we put in all the necessary information that we need to initialize the client and then initialize it and have access to this. So let's first define some options that we want to hand to the client to initialize it. The first thing we need is the API key. I already told you about this. This is the unique identifier that each project in the Stream dashboard has, so we need that. Second, we need a user, which makes sense. We want to authenticate a certain user, and for that we need some user data. And we will talk more about this when we actually call this hook. So let's keep that in mind. And finally, we need a token or provider, which just tells us we need to initialize the user with a token, the token being a JWT that we can get from the backend, and we will create an API route to get that. And we can either provide a token that is not expiring, which is not best practice. So we can also hand in a provider that will be called whenever the token is about to expire, asking to create a new token. And we will go through that step by step in a bit. But for now, let's create our hook. We call it useClient. We will hand in the client options that we just defined to the API key, the user, and the token or the token provider. And what we will return is a stream chat object or undefined. So this might fail, right? So then we don't want to return the valid object. But what we need to ensure, or what we want to ensure, is that after this hook is being called, we know we have access to stream chat. And checking for that here gives us this easy option. So what we do here, we create a state where we have a stream chat object. And then we create a use effect hook that will be executed, and we will add the dependencies in a bit. But for now, let's create a client here with the API key that we're handing in. We then prevent the application from setting a state client. So we say the did user connect interrupt is false, and we will use that in a second. Then we say we create a connection to the backend using the client, and we call connect user with the user that we hand in and the token or the token provider to authenticate that user. Once that is finished, we could also use async await, but inside a use effect hook we can't. So let's use the then style. So after the connection of the user has finished, we can say if the connection was not interrupted, we can update our state with the chat client that we have. Then we return. If we return something in the use effect hook, we know it's called whenever the component is destroyed. So let's return here a did user connection interrupt true. So then this wouldn't be executed if it has changed during our connection process. So if something happened, we also set the chat client to undefined because it is not there. And then we want to wait for the connection to be finished. So on the connection promise that we defined earlier, after that has completed, we want to disconnect the user and then log this so that we know whenever this happens. And now let's take a look at the dependencies that we have. So we have the API key. Whenever that would change, we would want to re-evaluate this use effect hook. Whenever the ID changes, we want to connect the user because then apparently another user might have logged in. Or whenever the token changes, we also want to connect the user. Now this gives us a warning that the dependency user is missing. But if we were to set this and some of the user data would change, it would update the entire user again. So let's do what we shouldn't do. But in this case, it makes sense that we disable the next line here for ESLint because we're smarter than that. We know we only want to execute this whenever the user ID has changed. And with that, the last thing to do is to return the chat client, and we are finished with the use client hook. Awesome, we can save and continue. The next step for us is to connect the authentication from Clerk with the authentication on the stream backend. Now, to do this, let's jump to page.tsx, which we will use as the entry to our application. So we have the home component here. And what we will do first, we will get rid of everything. So what we can return is a simple div that says, welcome to Discord. Let's first save this. We can get rid of the image component dependency here. So we have a clean slate to start with. Now let's take again a step back and think about what we want to do. The process will be, we want to have a state in our home page or home component. And this state will have the API key, the user, and the token, which is coincidentally the same things we need to initialize the client. So if these are not yet there, we will first register the user if it is not registered yet on the stream dashboard. And once the user is there, we grab a user token. And with that, we have all the necessary information we need to initialize our client. So let's first define this home state here. And let's call it home state. And we want to have, as we said, we want to have the API key, which is a string. We want to have a user, and we want to have a token here. We will not use the token provider because we want to have things a little bit simplified here. So let's keep it a string for now. We want to import the user here. You want to import it from stream chat. And with that, we have the state. So let's define this state. We have a home state, and we can set the home state here. We need to import the use state hook, of course. And we either want to have a home state here or actually have it as undefined, which in our case means, well, the user is not yet registered. What we can do now is, if the home state is not there, we can show a loading div, or we can even show a loading indicator, which comes with the stream chat React SDK. So let's have that. If we have the home state not existent yet, we show a loading indicator. And if it's there, we have the welcome to Discord, which we will replace later with the real page that we want to show. Awesome. So we have this ready now. And let's think what we need to do. So I already said that we want to have a function to register a user, and we want to have a function to grab a user token. So it's probably a good idea to define these next. And let's define them below here so that the starting portion of our component won't get polluted too much. We could also extract them to separate files, but let's keep things simple here. So let's first define the register user function. And since we will execute this in a use effect hook, we want to use the use callback hook. Because if we omit this and have a dependency on this and the memory address changes constantly, we will have unnecessary re-renders. If you're unsure what the use callback hook does, it basically provides us with a fixed memory address so that this won't get re-rendered every time, which is a terrible explanation of the use callback hook. But if you're interested in that, Google it and you will find much better explanations than this. So let's continue from here. So we have the use callback hook, and we want to define a async function here, which we will again call register user. We don't want any parameters here. And what I forgot is, because we call the use callback hook, we can't define the function below here. So we need to move this code above here. Otherwise, it's not reachable. Okay, so what we want to do here when trying to register a user, we first want to check if that is actually necessary. For this, we need to know whether the user that we have on our Clerk backend is a registered stream user already, because otherwise we can't authenticate them on the stream dashboard. So let's first import the user from Clerk. Let's call it my user, or let's call it clerk user to be more expressive here. And we can access it using the clerk hook. And what we can do now is we can check here if the clerk user has a user ID. So let's make it constant if const user ID equals clerk user.id. And we have these errors. So let's just add the empty dependency array and fix the typo. So if we have the clerk user ID and if there is an email attached, so let's check for that, clerk user dot primary email address dot email address. So if this is there and the user ID is there, let's say if we have the user ID and the mail. So let's think for a moment what we want to do here. We will next create a route on our backend so that we can register the user. And the question is, why can't we do this here? And the reason for that is it wouldn't be safe to expose the stream secret that we need to register a user in the front end. So it makes sense to have that happen on the backend. And for that, we will use the API routes that we get with Next.js. And we need to call this here. So let's type out the call to the API here and think what we need for this and what the response that we get should look like. And then we can define the API route. So let's do this. We create a call. We will have an async call. We will use the fetch API for this and say API / register user. And what we want to have is we will have a post request that we can define. But in the end, we want to have the body. So let's call response body equals response.json. And in the end, we return this body. All right, so the question is, how does this API call look like? We will put in the user ID in the email. So we want to have a post request. So the method will be, so the method will be post. The headers will be of content type application JSON. That is fine. And we will stringify this and say the user ID will be user ID. And we have an email of mail. And then we omit this. We have the closing brackets here. And now we have too much going on here. So let's remove this. We are closing this here. We are closing this and we don't have this. All right, so the call to the backend is ready now. We are still missing a dependency for the use callback hook. So let's add this and let's say the dependency is the clerk user. So whenever that changes, this will be re-evaluated. So with that, the register user function on the front end side is ready. And let's also create a get user token function here. And then we jump to adding the necessary backend code to continue with this. So let's create another function here. What we call this get user token. We will need a user ID here, which will be a string, and a user name, which will also be a string. And then we can have a function. It will be async because we will once again call another API route to generate this token. Again, since we need the secret for creating a token or issuing a token, we don't want to do this on the front end because people can easily read out the secret. So we will also have this on the back end and are safe in that regard. Now for this, we will also need to create a new route, which we don't have yet. So let's again type this out. And afterwards, we create the function on the backend. So here we will again have a response because we will fetch a token. And let's say we call this /API/token. That should be fine. And we need a body again. Since we will need to put some information here, we have a post request. And we will also have a header, which will be of content type application.json, application/JSON. And we again have a body. And for this body, we will have the token. So the body will be json.stringify, a user ID, which we will use to issue a new token for this specific user. Let's save this, and we have it nicely formatted. So this will be the call that we put towards the backend. What we are expecting back is some form of response that will carry a user token. So what we will do, we will create a response body where we wait for the JSON data from the response, and then we create a token, which will be response body.token. What we can do is we can check if there is no token there, which might happen. We will log an error. There are better ways to handle this, but for simplicity, this is fine for now. At least we get notified of this. And then we define a user, and let's create this user. So const user equals the ID will be the user ID. The name will be username. And let's give each user an image. And for that, we will use the image generator that Stream gives us. Of course, we can also incorporate a custom form so that users can add their own images. But let's keep it simple and use this service. And we can access this using this code. So we have getStream.io/randompng, and we can hand in a user ID, and on the image, we will see the initials of this user. Now, once we have the user, what we can do is we can set the home state. So we will have the API key here that we get. We will have the user and the token. And we haven't gotten the API key yet, so let's change this. We say const API key process.end.stream API key. And to avoid this error here, we say only if the API key is actually there, we execute this code. With this, we have prepared the front end to get the user token and register a user on the Stream backend. So the next step for us is to create these functions on the backend as API routes and fill this functionality in. So let's add some backend code. In order to quickly understand how the route handlers work in Next.js, let's jump to the website. And we are in the docs section of Next.js, specifically the one for route handlers. Now, if we can scroll through here, but what these docs basically say is we can place objects inside an API directory, and it's important to name them route.ts or JS. And with that, we can access them. So if we create subfolders for the route that we want, we can place route.ts files inside there, and the route handlers will automatically be generated at the routes that we specify. So let's jump back into VS Code to build these. So what we can do inside of our app folder, create a new folder, call it API. Inside, we can create a folder called register user, which will generate this route if we have a route.ts file inside. So you can see inside of our app folder, we have the API folder. Inside, we have the register user. And by specifying the route.ts, we will have access to this given route. So inside our page TSX, when we call /API, made a typo here, /API /register user, we will access this specific route. But for that, of course, we need to add code to it. So let's start by adding some imports. We will need the Clerk client and we need the stream chat dependency. And I want to quickly mention that we're not using the stream chat React package here because now we are using the client specifically. Because we're not living in React here anymore, because this is now running server-side, we will have access to more functionality that's only available in the backend. So to get started, the first thing we need to define is a function here, how our route will be accessed. So this can either be a get function, a post, update, whatever. We will need a post function. We already wrote the code for this. So we know we want a post request here. And the first thing we want to create here is a stream chat object. And for that, we need two things, the API key and the secret. So first we read the API key from the environment, check if it's there. If not, we return an error. This should be more declarative in a production app, but we want to be quick here. So let's keep it like this for now. We can then create an instance of stream chat using this API key and the stream chat secret. We call this server client because we're now running on the server. Then we access the body from the request. We log this to the console because this will help us in debugging, and then take the user ID from that body as well as the mail. Remember, the mail will come from the Clerk user and the user ID as well. So we will use the same user ID that people get from Clerk to register our users on the stream backend. We could also use different IDs, but then we would need to implement some form of pattern matching here. So we're fine just using the Clerk ID because we know this will be unique in any case. So with that, we can check if either one is not here, we again return an error. Again, we would need to specify more clearly what this error consists of. But with that, we can now use the server client to insert or update a user, and the stream server SDK offers a function for that, which is called upsert user. And we need to hand in the user ID. We need to hand in a role of type user in this case. I will quickly jump into the dashboard to explain what this does. So in the dashboard here, we have all this functionality that we haven't talked about much yet, but now we can take a look at roles and permissions. And what's interesting for us is we will have different roles automatically. Specifically, we have the admin role, the guest, moderator, and more. And all of these have specific roles and permissions. And the user, for example, can do certain things on an app scope. We can also define different channel types for the chat here. But basically, this is a way that we can restrict certain actions to certain people. So we can, for example, have moderators who will have more power than regular users if we want that. For now, we're fine with giving regular people who register for the app the role of user. Going back to our code, We insert the user with the ID, with the role. We give it a name, which would be the email address. Again, we could create a custom form to enter a user ID and an image URL, but we're fine with just letting people register via mail and giving them this name. We can give users at least a profile picture, so we will have something to show. So now that we've created a user on the Stream backend, we want to somehow log this in the Clerk backend to know that we have done this already and we don't need to repeat this step. For this, Clerk offers a nice functionality called public metadata. Basically, we can save custom data that we can specify for each user and read this on the client side. And we will use that. So we create a params here, and inside the public metadata, we simply register the stream registered option to be true. Then we can update the user using the Clerk client. And we say Clerk client.users.update user with the user ID and the parameters. It comes in handy that we share the same user ID from Clerk as well as the Stream backend. We can then say we updated the user. We can log this to know whether this worked, and then create a response to return to the client, handing in the user ID and the mail as the username, and finally returning this response in a JSON form. With that, the first route is done. So we have the register user here, and now we also want to create a token route. So in the API folder, we create a new folder, call it token. And inside, we again create a file called route.ts. We save this. I minimize the sidebar and we can implement this as well. Now, again, we start by importing Stream Chat. We won't need Clerk here because the only thing we're doing in this function here will be to generate a token so that we can use this in the client to authenticate our user. So again, we define a post request because we will receive some information, specifically the user ID. Just like before, we first read the API key from the environment. If it's not there, we return an error again. If it's there, we initialize the server client. We read the body from the request that we're getting. We're logging this for debugging reasons. We extract the user ID from the body. Since this is crucial when we want to generate a token, if this is not there, we again return an error. If it is there, we create a token. We could specify things like expiration time, but for development reasons, we're fine with the token not expiring and keep that empty. Now with the token, we can create a response with the user ID and the token and simply return this in JSON form to the client again. So this is very simple code, but this needs to run server-side because we don't want to expose things like the secret. All right, with this, our route handlers are done. And the next thing we need to do is go back to page.tsx and make use of these register user and get user token functions and updating our home state with the generated token that we will have. So we want to run this when the page TSX is rendered. So we add a use effect hook, and inside we want to check if the user is already registered on the Stream backend. If it is, we can just retrieve the token. If not, we first need to call the register user backend function and then call the token creation and initialize the user after that. So we add an if else check here. First, we check if the Clerk user ID is there. We then check if it has an email address, since we want to send this to the backend as well. And finally, we check if in the public metadata, the .stream registered key is not there. If this is the case, we call the register user function that we have defined up here, where we call the register user API and return the response body. With the result that we're getting, we call the get user token function that we have defined here that will pose a request to the API/token backend. And we hand in the clerk user ID as well as the email address. We were checking if this is present in the if condition. And we know that after calling the get user token function, we will update our home state, and with that replace the loading indicator with our UI here. So if the user is already registered, so if this doesn't hold true, then we check for the user ID, since we need this to create a token, and then call the get user token function with the clerk user ID and the email address again. We missed some dependencies, so let's add them. The register user function that we have wrapped in a use callback hook and the clerk user. It makes sense. When this changes, we want to re-execute this to register the different user. And finally, we need to import the use effect hook here, and the errors go away. We can save, and we are finally able to test this in the browser. So let's first check if we are still running. We open the console and we see quite some errors here. One of them is that we're importing a component that needs use state, which only works in a client component. So our page.tsx is not marked as a client component, which means it will run on the server, but we don't want this. We want to execute the use state and the use effect hooks. So we need to mark this with use client. And with that, the error should go away. Let's restart our server. It now says it's ready. And so let's jump to the browser and refresh this. And if we refresh this, it now gives an error because secret and user tokens are not set. All right, let's examine this. We are calling the register user function or API, and we are logging this. So let's go there. So we're logging this, and sometime after that, the error occurs, probably here. What it tells us is that the secret and the user tokens are not set. Secret is not set. That is strange because we are setting the secret, and in the env file, we call this differently. We call this stream secret and not stream chat secret. So typo here. This is live TV. This is what happens. So if we remove this, we save, it compiles, we switch back and refresh. We again get an error, but I have an idea. So the first register user went through. We call the API token, and the token can only be created server-side using the secret. Using the secret. So we copied this over and we also used this wrong name here. It works. We seem to be getting a token. We need to update the state after the get user token. So if the API key is here, we set the home state with this, and the home state should be there. So we would need to see welcome to Discord message, which we are not. Let's see. We are logging this. We only have this as undefined. So at this point, something seems to be going wrong. So let's do a console log here as well. We log the user. Refresh, and the user is here, so that's good. Let's log if the API key is here, which is not. Debugging is so much fun. But in this case, I think I know where the error is, because we're trying to access the API key from our environment file, and we can take a look at the documentation from Next.js to know that if we use the app router, we need to prefix our environment variables with next_public_ to make them available in the browser. So let's do this. We go to the env local file. We copy this because we still want to access it like this on the server, and we go next public. We've done the same thing for Clerk, and we save this. We switch back here and we say next_public_. We save this, close the sidebar, try running the app again, and it already ran in the background. And we now see the welcome to Discord text here. So clearly this worked. I'm glad that you went with me on this glorious debugging session. So with that out of the way, we have token support. We have registered the user. To verify this, we now want to check the Clerk dashboard, dashboard.clerk.com. And for our users, we go to this specific user and we check the public metadata here, and we can see the stream registered key is set to true. We can also check the stream dashboard. Here we can go to Explorer, go to users, and we see that the user has been created with this name and the matching ID to the Clerk dashboard. So these IDs are the same. So clearly what we have done worked, and we can go back to our localhost to make this chat a little bit more chat. To do this, we go back to our project. We open up the Explorer here, and we are done with the page.txt. But now we want to add a new folder on the root level. We call this folder components. And for now, let's create a new file here, call it mychat.tsx. Close the sidebar, and we will first add a very generic chat experience here with the built-in components from the Stream Chat SDK. And after that, we will customize each component to look like the Discord clone that we want to create. To fill this up with functionality, we first need to create a bunch of imports, which we will use in a second. The only thing that's interesting for now is this CSS file, which we need to import to add some styling to the generic chat experience. Then we create a component here called mychat, which we export, and we will need some parameters to be handed in here. And remember, if we go back to our page.tsx, remember we have this home state here, which has an API key, a user, and a token, which we need to call the useClient hook to initialize the Stream SDK from the client side. So let's add these three parameters here to our mychat function. We extract them here, and then we can call the useClient hook that we created, this custom one, with the API key, the user, and the token to have this initialized. And we know we have these values here because of the structure we've set up in our page.tsx file. We can then still say if somehow the chat client initialization has not worked, we simply show an error to the screen. We can then return the UI. And for that, we can have the chat. We need to add in the chat client and a theme. For now, we use the light theme since we will customize this anyways. Then we can already say we want to have a full width and full height layout here. And we can add a channel list, a channel, threading, a window which has the message list and message input. All of these components here are pre-built Stream components that we can just plug in and use to create a chat application completely. So with that, we have the entire experience ready. We can save this and inside of page.tsx, we only need to show the my chat instead of the welcome to Discord. So we call my chat, and as the input, we can simply input the home state since these parameters are the correct ones. And we need to add the closing tag. We can save this and take a look. And we already see there is something that probably resembles a channel list, but we don't have any channels currently. So let's go to the dashboard to create a channel first, because we don't have any functionality to do this inside of our app. So we switch back to the Stream dashboard, and we can see here we have channels in the Explorer, and we can create a new channel. But first, let's copy the user ID here because we will need this. We can go back to the channels, create a new channel. Let's call this channel Welcome to Discord. We give it an auto ID, which is fine for us. We don't want a channel image URL for now. And for the channel type, we could select some. We have a selection of things that we can go with. For us, the messaging channel is fine. So we can create this. There are no members yet, however. So we add a new channel member. We use the user ID. We add this person here. And now if we go back to our app, we see the channel list is here already. We have a functioning chat app already. And if I type a message here, like, hello, my name is Stefan, I can hit enter and the chat is already there. If we refresh, we still see this and everything is persisted. So the chat functionality is there. It just doesn't really look like Discord yet. But with that, we are finished with setting up Stream Chat. And we can now get started with adding custom UI, which to me is the most fun part because I love building out UI. But we have already achieved quite a lot with having users register via Clerk. We have built in the syncing mechanism with the Stream backend. We are registering users there. We are generating tokens on the backend through route handlers in Next.js. So we are already quite far in our journey of building this full stack Discord clone. We just need to add fitting UI, which we will do next, which I am very, very excited about. I promised you we are ready to start with the UI of the application, but there's something I forgot. We want to show data somehow that we want to inject into our application and have easy access to all the way through the components. There are many ways to do state management in a React application, including some very popular libraries. But because I like the simplicity of it, I decided to go with a simple context object that we will tailor towards our needs so that we not only have all the data inside of it and have easy access to it all the way through, but to also have our data manipulation inside this context as well, to have one central object where all of this is done. Now, if you've never heard of React Context before, you can take a look at the website here. I'll add the link in the description of the video on how to pass data deeply with context. And you can see it's an excellent description here. There's even a section on the Next.js homepage to include React Context for state management with Next.js. But the overall idea is that we have a context object where we keep all the necessary state. That includes the functions to manipulate that state. This can be done with a simple use state hook inside of that context. Then, through the help of our provider object, we can inject this context at the root level of our application. Then we add a hook to access this in all the children objects of the DOM tree where we injected this provider. Now, I know that all of this sounds quite theoretical, so I think it makes sense that we just take a look how we can get started with this. So let's jump back into VS Code to do this. Alrighty, we are back in VS Code, and let's open up the Explorer on the side here, and let's create a new folder on the root level, and let's call it contexts. It's plural, but we will only use one for simplicity. I create a new file and I define the Discord context.tsx file where we put all the necessary code inside of it. Now let's fill this up step by step. The first thing is, because we want to do state manipulations here, we need to make sure this runs on the client side. We need some imports that we will see in a second why we need them. And the first thing we do is we define our state. This is where we will continually add new properties here. But for now, let's keep it empty to just explain the concept here. We then create an initial value of our state because we need to have one that we can inject at the start of the application. All the loading that we need to do manually after that. But in the beginning, our initial value will be an empty state. Then we can call the create context function from React and define the type that our context should have, in our case, the Discord state, and provide it with an initial value. With this, we have the Discord context defined, and we will work with that. But we need a way to inject this into our application so that all the children of the root element will have access to this. So this is what we do with the provider. So we can define a Discord context provider object, and it will receive children, which will be React nodes. So we will inject this at the root of the project, and all the rest of the application will be inside of this children object here. So it will just be React nodes, no matter the type. Then we define a state object that we will later be able to manipulate by simply calling the setMyState. And this is again of the type Discord state that we have defined, and we give it an initial value. Then we create a store, which will again be the Discord state, which will later hold the reference to this myState object. And then we return the Discord context.provider. So by using the create context object, we will also have access to the provider that will inject this to all children. And for the value, we set this store, and the children will be our application objects. The last thing is that we want to have access to this Discord context in the children element, so in our application everywhere we need it. For this, we can create a use Discord context hook that we can simply derive from the use context that we get from React and injecting the Discord context object that we defined earlier. Now with this, we have our Discord context defined. It will become way more clear what this state object does and everything else. But for now, we have an empty state that we are ready to work with. The last remaining thing is we need to actually inject it inside of our application. So let's save this here and let's think about where we want to inject this. We could go for the page object, but actually we have a place in the app that will be executed even before that, which is the layout.tsx, where we already injected the Clerk provider. And here, after the HTML tag, we can say we want to have our Discord context provider object. And let's add this to the body. It's imported automatically. And with that, everywhere inside of our app, we will have access to our Discord context using the hook that we just defined. With this, we have set up a very simple state management solution that is sufficient for the needs that we have. And we will gradually fill this up through the process of adding more components to our chat application, starting with the server list that we will go for now. In this part, we will start with implementing the UI. Because of that, I think it makes sense that we take a look at the original application first and think a little bit about how we want to structure our app. So let's take a look. I'm currently displaying the Midjourney Discord server, which I think I heard someday that this is the biggest server in the world. Might be totally wrong. But as we can see, we have this 3-pane layout. On the left, we have the list of servers that the current user, in this case me, is logged into. And then in the middle pane, we have a list of channels under certain categories that we can open and close. We can close this because we have new chats here, but if they were empty, we could close this. You can see it in the Next.js Discord here. We can close this. We have voice channels that we can also open and close. And then on the right side here, we have the list of messages. So here, for example, we can see, let's go to a channel where we can add a message. Here we could type out a message and send it to this channel. All right, so we have a 3-pane layout in general. And let's think about how we can build this in our web app. And I personally am a huge fan of grid layouts. And I think in this case, it makes total sense to have that. So we will have a grid layout with this being one column, the channel list being the second column, and then the list of messages or the channel itself being the third column. All right, let's jump into VS Code to implement this general layout first, and then we can get started by implementing the server list here on the left. You might not have noticed it, but I already added a CSS class for our layout in the My Chat application. And if you take a closer look at the section here, it has a flex, height of screen and a width of screen, and it has this layout. Now we didn't add the CSS code for this, so let's do that. We jump to globals. And let's add a layout class here. And of course, the first thing we want to give it is a display grid. And then we need to think about how we want to structure our columns. So the first column should be a fixed size. So the first column should be of a fixed size. For the second one, which is the channel list, we set it to auto because we want to define that in the channel list itself. And then the remaining space should be taken by the message list. So let's do this. We add the grid template columns and we give the first row width of 5 rem. Then we say auto and then 1 FR, so 1 fractional unit, which means it will take up the remaining space of the width that it has. Saving this, we can take a look at how this changes our app. For this, we switch back to the browser and we can already see this is the layout that we want somehow. So let's switch things up a little bit just to demonstrate that our layout works. Let's jump back into VS Code and switch to the My Chat component. We have the channel list and the channel showing here at the moment. So of course, since the structure is not there yet, we won't see the correct layout. But let's just demonstrate how this will look in the end by commenting this out. And then we add 3 divs. First a blue one, then a red one, which we will give a certain width, because remember, when we set our template columns here, we set the second one to auto, so it will automatically fill the width that we want. And lastly, let's add another column with the background of green. Let's save this. And if we jump back now, we see this is the type of layout that we intend to have. So the next job for us is to have a real server list here, have a channel list here, and have the message list in the third column. But this was just for demonstration purposes. So let's get rid of these two and then comment in this, because now we have roughly the layout that we want. We have a component that we will create now, the server list here on the left, and then a list of channels. And finally, the list of messages on the right. Awesome. So next up, let's create the real server list. For this, we need to think a little bit how we want to structure this. So let's do that now. Since the Stream Chat SDK does not have the concept of servers that Discord has, we need to come up with our own solution for this. Luckily, just like Clerk has, Stream also offers you the option to add custom data to each chat channel. So what we will do is we will add the server information for each channel, and then we can filter the channels by the servers and then show only the relevant ones. In order to achieve this feature, let's first start by creating the layout and adding the necessary HTML and CSS to show a list of servers. For this, it's fine to just use mock data, as we will see. Then we will add a form to create actual servers. And the trick that we will use there is whenever we create a new server, we will add a default channel that will carry the information for the server, therefore giving us the ability to show a new server on the server list. Finally, we will add the code to filter all channels by the servers and display the real data to the user. And because I enjoy it very much, we will add some nice hover effects and some sprinkles to make the UI look really nice. So let's get started by implementing the necessary HTML first. Looking at the project, let's open up the Explorer again. And let's add a new folder under components and call it server list. We will also add a file in there and call it serverlist.tsx. And we export a default function called serverlist, which will give a jsx.element. And we return the div that we just created so that we have things cleared up a little bit. And we return this. And in here, we say we want to show the server list, and the import is done automatically. So taking a look back, everything still works as expected, but now we have created a separate component for this. And this is where we can work from now on. Now, inside of our server list, we want to show an array of servers that we will have and iterate over them and show each icon for the respective server. So what we want to have is an array of servers, but the question is which type should that be? So let's create a type that we will reuse. So we create a new folder in the root of our project. We call it models. And inside we create a new file and we call it Discord server. And this can be a TypeScript file because we're simply defining a type in here. So the type should be Discord server. And now the question is, which properties should it have? Let's close the sidebar first. Now the first property I can think of is we need a way to uniquely identify each server. So we want to have a unique ID here. Next, each server should also have a name. And lastly, we want to have it showing an image, but let's make that optional. So we create an image property here, and either it's a string or it's undefined. And of course, we want to have access to this type, so let's export it. Jumping back to the server list, we can now say we want to have a Discord server array here. Let's make this empty for now, and we will have a container div. And now what we can do is we can iterate over the servers, show each one with that image, and then add some nice touch to the UI to make things look a little bit nicer. So the first thing is that we map over the servers, and for each server we want to have a button, because if we click on it, we actually want to switch to this server. So let's put a button at the root. Of course, we need to give it a key, but luckily we have defined a unique server ID, so we can use this as the key. We need to have some form of logging. We need to have some form of click registration here. So let's for now log the server name. We will replace this later with the real change to the given server. And finally, let's show at least something for now. And this is the server.name for us. All right, we have part of the UI there, but now we want to make sure that we really actually see something here. So let's add a mock list of servers to verify that our UI actually works. In order to create this mock list, let's quickly take a look at the definition of the Discord server again. And we see we need an ID, a name, and an image. But for the ID, this needs to be a unique identifier. So it makes sense that we find a way to create these. And one of the most common ways in TypeScript is to use the UUID package that we see here on NPM. It allows us to just generate a unique identifier, which is totally fine for our use case. So we can see here, we can simply install it with this command. So let's open up the terminal here inside of VS Code and do yarn add UUID. We should then see in our package.json, once the installation has finished, that it was added to our dependencies. And with that, we can add a unique ID whenever we create a new server and give it a certain name. We will add the real creation of servers via a form in a bit, but we can already start with the implementation since this seems to be taking a while. We can now say we have inside of our server list, let's make this a bit smaller. Inside of our server list, we can say now we have a Discord server and we want to define that. The ID is something we'll add in a second. We can give it a mock name because we just want to see the result. Can call it test server 1, and the image for now we don't really care about because we're simply showing the name and we just want to make sure that this works. So we can copy this twice, give it different names, test server 2, test server 3, and once the ID installation is finished, we can continue. So let's speed this up a little bit. So this worked. Let's start our development server again. We can close the terminal. And with that, if we take a look at the package.json, we see the UUID dependency is now there. So instead of giving this an empty ID, we can now say we want to have a UUID. We can now say we want to import the v4 from the UUID package and make it easy to call it from UUID. We've now defined, and then we can simply create a new UUID with this call, copy this over and we would have unique identifiers for each of the mock servers that we create. And it says we cannot find the declaration file. So what we need to do is we need to also import the types UUID, not import, but install. So let's do this, yarn add types / UUID. It should be quicker. And we have this, so the error disappears. We start the development server again, and we should now see on our local host, once it's finished loading, that we now have the server list. It won't render very nicely because we have a set width, and we have the test server 1, test server 2, test server 3 now. We still have the ugly blue background for now, which we will get rid of now in the next step. And we want to actually show images. So let's switch up the UI to do just that. We switch back to VS Code and first get rid of this server.name. Now that we have this clean slate, let's first start by adding a condition. If this server has an image defined, which is going to be a URL, then we want to show the image. If not, we will show a fallback that we'll define. But with that, we have the situation covered that the image is a correct URL, but for some reason it might not be. So in this case, we would need to check if the URL is actually a valid URL. So if we have an image lying there, and we can do this with this handy check if URL function, where we basically just try to convert the path, which is the server.image, to a URL. If it is in fact a URL, we can return true. Otherwise, we return false. This might not be the most elegant solution for this, and I'm sure there are better ones, but in our case, this works. So let's add this check to the condition here. So we now have the server.image, if it's present, and if it is in fact a URL, then we want to show an image, and Next.js has a nice image component to make this easy. So we use this. We say the source of this image is the given server.image URL that we have. So it will automatically download the image and show it to the user. We need to define a width and a height. We both set that to 50 for now. And an alt text is also required because for some reason this might not be showing. And for accessibility reasons, alt text are always necessary. So we can show this image if there is a server image. If not, we have been showing the text of the server name for now, but we saw this is quite long and we want these rounded circles. And for that, we define a span first. And with some CSS magic, we can easily show this. So let's get through this. We have a background that we can define, and we can handily define a width of 50 pixels, which, as you might see, conforms to this. And with this bracket syntax, we can use custom values in Tailwind, which makes it really handy. We don't need to jump to custom CSS for this. We then say we have a flex layout that centers the items horizontally and vertically and give it a small text. And we don't actually want to show the full name of the server, but only the first character, which we can do with the server.name.char at 0 function. And with that, we have everything we want to show. So let's jump to the browser and we see this looks beautiful, right? Not quite, I would say. Of course, this doesn't look perfect yet. And we see that the width is not yet applied. And we haven't actually defined image URLs. So of course it will fall back to the... So let's fix the fallback solution first before we define real image URLs to visualize the images. For that, we first switch back to VS Code. We need to write some custom CSS for this, and I will explain to you in a second why we do. So let's create a new CSS class. We will call it rounded icon. which is not a Tailwind class, but something we will define ourselves in global CSS. We could also create a custom CSS file for our component, but we just decide to do this here because it's simpler. Having this rounded icon class will also help us define code for the images later on. So it will come in handy to have this accessible as a custom class and not only for this specific component. Having this ready, we can now add a Tailwind class first with having the apply aspect square. And actually, let's put the code side by side with the actual app to see what we're actually doing. So if we save this, we see this will have this nice effect that these are now squares. But of course we want more. And actually, if for the text this works fine, but if we have images, we also want to have them cover the whole space and not be weirdly squeezed. So we add the object cover as well. This won't do anything here. All right, so what we also want to do is we want to have this hover effect that if we hover over an element, it will go round. And let's first define the transition that we want, and then we can think about how we want to handle this change. So we will add a few properties. First, we will transition all. So all the properties that will change should be animating. We decide for an ease in out animation and give it a duration of 200 milliseconds. Now the question that is remaining is, what do we really want to animate here? And basically we want to have a rounded element. And if we hover over it, we want to have a smaller border radius to have that effect that Discord has as well. So we naturally give it a rounded full, which will round this. So this has the effect that we want. And now we can give it a hover effect, and we can say rounded icon, hover. Here we can say border radius is 1 rem. We save. And if we hover over this now, we see it works, but it has this weird jump. So if we zoom in on it, it has this weird jump. And this is not an error per se from us, but the problem here is that giving the rounded full gives the element a border radius of 9,999 pixels, which is not really what we want. We want to just have it a border radius of 50%. So let's take this away and say we want a border radius of 50% in the regular state, which looks exactly the same. But let's zoom in. If we hover over it, we now see a smooth transition because it doesn't animate from this very high pixel value for the border radius, but it directly goes to the 1 rem that we have defined as the hover state. So this looks very nice. It's not perfectly formatted inside of the container yet, but this is something we can change next. And let's focus on the code. So we want to have this list centered towards the middle here and have certain spacing between these elements. So what we can do is we can add a height of full. So we always want this element to be the full height, which makes sense for us. And then we want to have a flex layout. We give it the flex direction of column, and we center the items, in this case horizontally, because we have a column layout. Item center does it horizontally. And if we save now, we can see these items already look better. So they're centered towards the middle. And now what we still don't like is this blue background. And I checked the Discord app and copied over the color code here. So if we go to our Tailwind config, we can add this color in the Tailwind config so that we can access it in the Tailwind configuration, just like we would with regular gray colors. So the way we do this is we switch to the Tailwind config. And here we have all the content defined in the config and then our theme. Tailwind has a basic theme that we can either change completely or we simply can extend this. For example, this is what they do with the background here. So they have this gradient background in the template, and they just extend this with the background image. And what we want to extend are the colors. And here we can define the dark gray, which has this color code. I just picked this on the Discord app. And if we save this, we can now replace this with the background blue with the background of dark gray that we just defined via this naming here. So if we save now and we switch back to the browser, we see this is the exact same background that Discord uses. So we have a nice looking set of servers here. We still need some spacing around them, but the actual functionality looks pretty good already. Let's first fix the problem that these are not spaced out nicely. So let's switch back to VS Code. And inside of our server list, we can give the buttons a class of p4. So we give it a padding of 4. And if we switch back, these are now nicely spread out. And while we're at it, we defined the rounded icon class for the fallback option if there is no server image. But since we have defined this as a generic function, we can also add this to the image and give them the class name of rounded icon. Now we won't see this because if we open up our servers that we defined, the mock servers here, we don't have links to the images. So let's add them next. We can go to Unsplash for this, which is a nice page to get some free visuals. And let's search for technology. And this is a nice image, so thank you for Alexandre Debiev for providing this. We can copy the image address, switch back, paste this here, and we can do the same for the others. So let's switch to another one by Luca Bravo. We can again copy the image address, paste this here. And let's do a third one so that we have another one. Marvin Meyer. This looks also very nice. So you see I'm giving credit because it's free to use, but you should give credit to the creators whenever possible. So let's switch back, give this to the third one. And let's save this and let's see how this looks. And we will probably see a surprise. Because invalid source prop. Hostname images.unsplash.com is not configured under images in your Next.config.js. This occurs because we don't have this URL whitelisted in our Next.config.js. So I think this is a very, very helpful error message. Props to the Next.js team for giving this because it already hints to us where we should add this. So let's switch back to VS Code and let's open up this mysterious next.config.js. And what we can now do is we can add here to this next config because we want to define image sources, define as images, and remote patterns. So this means from which remote locations are we able to load resources from? And this can be an array. And this should be more generic in a production application, but for us, it's fine to simply add the images.unsplash.com source for now. So we define a new object here. We give it the protocol, which is HTTPS. So it's a safe connection. And we give the host name of source.unsplash.com. We save now, this error should go away. It doesn't because we said host.unsplash.com, but it actually should be images.unsplash.com. So let's switch this up, save, and we reload. And let's check, by the way, if all of these are images.unsplash. Yep, they are images.unsplash.com. So we whitelist this URL. So now things work. They load quite slowly because it's large images and we would need to optimize this to have a smaller memory footprint, of course. But you can see this works really well. We can zoom in a little bit to make it a little bit bigger. And you see the hover effect. It animates very smoothly. It shows the different servers and we can hover over them and we can click on them, which doesn't do anything aside from logging. So let's check the log real quick, and we can see test server 1, test server 2, and we click test 3, 2, 1. So it clearly works. Our definition is nice and sound. Now, before we jump to creating servers and querying the actual server list, there is one more thing we want to add to the server list. And for that, let's jump back to the real Discord app. So you can see the old one in the browser, or our develop app in the browser. And we switch back to the real Discord. And what you can see here is the thing on the left. So you see this has a dot for other servers. And if we hover over that, this dot will expand with the same animation speed and everything than the hover over the image itself. So let's add this as the last little fun effect here. And thinking how we can do this, we could add another HTML element for this. But if we're honest, this is probably not really a new element. So we will make use of pseudo elements here, specifically the before element that we will add. So, and we will add a hover effect here, so that whenever we hover over this, then the height of this will expand. And if we click on one, it will even be larger, and the hover effect won't even work. So yes, let's cover this inside of our code. So here's our app again, which does not yet have this effect. So let's switch back to VS Code to see how we can implement this. Now, looking at our code, we know we have the button, which has the image or the text here. So we want to give this a class so that whenever a hover effect appears, we can show this before element on the side. But we also want to have a dynamic property to this. So let's make this an interpolating string. And we first give it a class of sidebar icon. And we'll return to this later on to also add a different effect when a server is currently active, so that there's a visual indication for this. We save this first. And then we switch to our global CSS to actually define this CSS class next. And let's show this side by side with the browser. And we can make this a little bit bigger. I'll zoom in a little bit so that we see what's happening. And let's first think about, we will have a before element on the sidebar icon class. So let's first add the sidebar icon class and give it a little bit of styling. We say we want to flex this with item center, justify center, a full width. We want this relative because we want to position the pseudo element absolutely at the start, so on the left side here. And we want to transition all of the elements with an ease out and a duration of 200. So we save this and nothing will happen for now. But let's now jump to the sidebar icon before pseudo class. Now, the way we will do this is we will make use of CSS variables. This is a really handy technique to animate properties of elements in things like hover effects. And I will explain to you how we do this on the go. So first we apply some transition elements or like transition definitions here. We transition everything, duration 200, ease in out. Notice that this is the same transition type we use for the icon. Like we want this to be in sync, so we have the same properties as the rounded icon. And then we define a few CSS variables that we will switch up whenever a hover effect appears, and CSS is smart enough to animate them when this is happening, which is cool. So we first define a content height, which will be the height of our dot element, or like of our black bar here at the side. So we start off with 0 rem, so we won't show it at all. We won't give it a width, so yeah, like I said, it won't show. And there is an offset that we give it so that it basically disappears to the left. And when you want to show it, we will animate it in a little bit to the right. Combine this with an increased height and width, and it will give us a really nice hover effect. So now that we've defined these CSS variables, we also, of course, need to set them. We first give it a content so that it actually has something to show, the display of block, and then we start off with the height, which will be of the variable content height that we just defined here. And the cool thing, if we change this variable now, it will change it automatically inside of this element and animate this because of the transitions we have defined before. So we do the same for the width and give it the variable of content width. The background is black, just like in the example that I showed you in the real app. And like I said, we want to give it a position of absolute, small border radius, and the left offset is what we have as the offset CSS variable here. With that, we can first save this, and we will see nothing, because this is showing a content of height 0 and width 0. So next, we can define the hover of the before element. Well, technically this is not true, right? We define a hover on the sidebar icon, because what this will do is it will include the padding here. So if we hover over here, it will already apply the effect. The reason I'm doing this is that the Discord app works in the same way. So if we hover over the sidebar icon, so if we hover over the image for the before element, we now don't need to define any more CSS properties here, but we can focus on simply changing the CSS variables here, and everything else will work automatically because of the setup that we have done here. So if we hover over the sidebar icon, for the before element, we want to set the content height to 1.25 rem, the content width to 0.5 rem, and the offset a little bit smaller. So the left offset will be smaller from a smaller negative number. So it will animate in very smoothly. So let's save this and let's now see what happens. We hover over here and the element will animate in. It will be very subtle, but we can see it animates in. If we hover over another element, this will change. So we have the nice effect that we wanted. It will be in sync with the hover effect of the image. So this is exactly what we wanted. Now, the last thing is that we wanted to have a longer black bar here whenever a server is selected. Now for this, we first need to think, what does it mean to be selected? And for that, let's switch back to the server list. I'll put this away for now. We can go back to this once we have defined a few things. And the first thing we need to define now is to have some form of active server. So let's just do this. We say const active server, set active server is a use state hook of type Discord server. And let's say it can be undefined. So initially it will be in the undefined state. So we have this. And now we say whenever we click on a server, for now we have just been logging this. But what we do now is we go to set active server and we say, let's set this server to be the active server. What we can do now is we can give it a different class here if this server is actually the active server. So if we go here, we can now create a condition and say if our server, sorry for the hover, if our server dot ID is equal to the active server dot ID, we can now say we give it a tertiary operator. And if this is the case, we give it a new class. Let's call it selected icon. If this is not the case, we won't set anything else because then the change should not be happening. So going back to our CSS, we now need to define a selected icon class. So let's do this. And the cool thing is that due to the setup that we have, we don't need to define any more CSS per se. We just need to change the variables that we have here. Whenever the selected icon class is there, the before element should have a content height of 2 rem, so larger than before and even larger than when it's hovered. And the width is 0.5 rem, so the same as this, and the offset as well. We need to set this because this is only applied for a hover effect, and we want to show the selected server all the time, not only when this is hovered. So let's save this. Now let's check if that works in our application. We switch to the browser again and we hover effect still works, and we click again, nothing works. I have a suspicion, or I think I know why this happens, because we're doing a dynamic generation of IDs. So let's switch to the server list. We are doing a dynamic creation of UUIDs. So when we call the active server, we have a dynamic ID that was generated, and it will cause the component to reload. So it will generate new IDs, and therefore it won't match with the active server ID here. And we can verify this by simply giving this different IDs here. Let's hard code them to 1, 2, and 3, which are obviously not great IDs, but this is just mock data, so it's fine to work with this because we can expect when we have the real data that the ID of a given server won't ever change. So for this, it's fine to have this hard-coded, and we will need the UUID package later on. So I saved this. Let's test this again. We refresh. We don't see anything because the active server is undefined initially. We click on it and it now works. We have the big bar. It won't change when I change the hover effect. If I click on this one, it still works. If I click on this one, it still works. So it looks just as we expected. Very nice. So we achieved the effect that we wanted. And we can now continue to build a mechanism to actually create servers. So let's do that. We want to add a form to create a new server in our app. But let's first think about how we want to implement this. There are many ways to do forms, and in our case, we want to have a dialog pop up that we can then use to enter the necessary information, and from that create a new server. We will first of all use a link to determine when we want to show the dialog or not. This has the advantage that this will be persisted if we reload the page, for example. And then we will use a dialog component. So this is an HTML component that I think is not that widely used, but we will use that. We will demonstrate how we can implement it to show up and be closed again. And for creation of servers, we will define a function in our Discord context that we have defined earlier. And inside there, we will execute the code necessary to create an actual server inside of Stream's backend. Remember, we're not really creating a server. We're just creating a new channel that will hold the necessary information about the server that we've just created. And from that, we will then load the server list from the real channels that we have. And we will demonstrate how to do this inside of the server list, but with everything planned like this, we can now start with the implementation. So let's jump into VS Code again. We are inside of our server list file here, as you can see. And first of all, we need to have some form of UI element to initiate the server creation. If we look at how Discord does this, it shows a plus icon. So to see how Discord does this, we can switch over and zoom a little bit in here, and we see this is a plus icon here, and it says add a server. So we will replicate this element here inside of our app. All right, so switching back to VS Code, we have the server list and we map over our servers. So let's close this to have a little bit more of an overview. And below that, we can now say we want to have a new element. And remember, I said we want to have a link. So this should be a link element. And for a link, we need to have a few properties. The link element is, by the way, a Next.js component for easy linking. Cool, who would have thought? And we can now define an href first. So for this, we decide to go through the route of create server equals true. So basically we add a parameter to the base URL and saying, yes, we want to create a server. We then give it a bunch of CSS classes, which are not that important, but let's go over them. So we give it a flex layout, we center everything, we give it the rounded icon class that we have defined before, which makes sense because we want to have the same hover effect over it that we had for the server icons. We give it a white background, we give it some padding, set the text size, give it a light font only, and we define the height and width of the component. We set the text to green, and on hovering, we want to have the green background and the white text, comparing to a white background and a green text when it's not hovered. And then we simply say we want to have transitions, so transition all and duration of 200. And finally, we say we want to have some roundedness whenever we hover over it. So the last thing is we need to add some content inside of this link element because in and of itself, it won't show anything. So let's add a span with a simple plus character to show this. So we save. And if we switch back, we now have this component. We have a nice hover effect. So it really comes in handy that we have defined a few of these classes beforehand. And yeah, we have this nice hover effect. If we click on this now, we can see on the link that it adds this create server. So let me put it away. We go to the root, it loads, and we have the local host, and we click on this, and it will add this parameter here to the URL. So this is good, but now we want to actually show something here, right? So in order to do that, we need to first create a new component for this create server. Now, this is part of the server list, so let's create a new file inside of the server list. We call it create server form.tsx, and we export a default function, create server form. We return a jsx.element here, and let's for now return a div of creating a server. Like this is just a placeholder for us. So we switch back to the server list. And what we now do is we now put this element below here. So the create server form, we need to import it. And with that, we can now see this in action. Now, of course, this is not what we really want. We want to have this as a dialog. So let's fill up the create server form next. Let's close the sidebar here. And let's change this from a div to a real dialog next. In order to do this, we get rid of the temporary div that we created. So let's get rid of this. And we add a dialog element next. This won't be enough to really show it, but let's do things step by step. We give it the following properties. It should be positioned absolute, and we give it a z-index of 10 to make it show above the rest of the elements. We will have multiple elements nested inside of our dialog, and we want them to be spaced out just a little, and we want to round the dialog just a little bit. So we give it a rounded XL class. Then we add another div inside here because now we want to have a headline and a close button. So I want to first demonstrate how we show the dialog. And for that, we need at least like a headline and a button to be able to close the dialog again. And this will have a full width, and we just use display flex and center the items vertically. And for the horizontal alignment, we say we want to have the maximum space between them. We give this some padding, Y padding of 8 and an X padding of 6. And like I said, we want to have a headline, and for this we choose the size of 3XL, give it a semi-bold font and a dark gray text. It will say create new server. Then we add a link which has the href, so it points towards the root of our project. So the reasoning behind this is that we want to show the dialog whenever we have the parameter of create server equals true set in the URL. And if we don't have this set, we also don't want to show the dialog. So this is a handy solution. I know that there are other approaches to doing this. I don't claim this to be the best. This is just the one I chose for this project. And then inside here, we want to show a close button, like an X. We don't have that yet. So there's a nice page, and I'm switching to the browser here, called Heroicons. I will add a link in the description. And here you can search for icons. And I'm interested in the X mark. And the nice thing here is that you can actually copy the JSX of this icon. It's free to use by the makers of Tailwind. So it's really well integrated. And I can just copy this and use it inside of my project. We could paste this in here, but a close button is something we'll probably use later on. And also, I'm not a huge fan of having SVG code inside my markup because it mixes things up quite a bit. So we will create a new file inside of the components folder, call it icons.tsx, and create a custom component here for this. Let's call it close icon. It will be a JSX dot element, and we are missing the export default function keyword, and we return the code that I just copied. Now I can already tell you that we will have more icons in the future. So I want to have an option to import them easily, but also give them some custom class names, because this is how we define the size of the icon. And for that, we will have a type, which we call icon props. And here we simply define a class name, which will be a string. And now the cool thing is we can say here that we get a parameter here of icon props, and this is going to be class name, and we can actually give it a default value. So if we don't specify anything, we will default to this, but we still keep the option to add some customization code on our own. So here for us, the default will be, we give it a height of 5 and a width of 5. And we want the color of it to be gray. And I'm going with gray 500 for now. So this is not yet used, but we can now replace this custom code here with the class name that we're handing in here. So let's save this. And now we can use this icon without any additional configuration, but we keep our customization options open. So let's switch back to create server, and inside of the link here, let's now use this close icon that we of course still need to import from icons. Now it says it's missing in type but required because we forgot something. We want to have this as an optional parameter actually, because otherwise TypeScript will tell us we're making an error, which we're doing. So now with this set up, we have this icon set now. Now let's look at our project to see if this is already enough. And we can see, let's refresh. And I have the create server query parameter set, but I don't see the dialog yet. Now the reason for this is that for an HTML dialog, we actually need to open this as a modal manually. So let's do this. For this, we need to first know whether we actually want to open the modal or not. And for this, we can access the search parameter or the create server equals true parameter. And this is React code now. So what we can do is let's configure this to check if we actually are shown. So we're inside the server form. So it's a clear we in this case. And we can first say we want to have the parameters. So we can use the use search params hook, which we can import from Next.js and extract the show create server form constant here from the parameters. So if this is set to true, we will have a true value here. And in this case, we can actually open the dialog. Then we need access to this dialog to actually control this HTML element. And the way we do this in React is using the use ref hook, and we will have an HTML dialog element. We will set this to null initially, but we will add the reference to this in a second. Then we need to execute the code on loading of the component. So we would need a use effect hook. And inside the use effect hook, we first have an if condition, because if the show create server form is true, so if this has a value and the dialog ref actually has an element attached to it, again, we will do this in a second, then we call dialogref.current, so the HTML element, we extract this, and then call the show modal function, which we have available on a dialog element. Again, there are different ways to do this. I choose this way, but feel free to suggest other ones in the comments if you like. But for our use case, this works quite nicely. So if this is true, then we have the show modal function that we want to call. Oops. And if this is not the case, then we will actually want to close the modal or the dialog again. This comes in handy if we remove the search parameter like we do in this link, and we can then close the dialog and don't have to do anything else. Of course, we need to make this dependent on show create server form. So whenever this value changes, we want to re-execute the use effect hook. Now, the only thing remaining is that we need actually to reference this. So for the ref, we say dialog ref here. And with this, we can switch back to the browser. And we already see this works. And the cool thing with a dialog is that we get this grayed out background here, and we can close this again. We can hit the button. It will disappear. The gray background will also disappear. And if we hit the plus icon again, it will nicely show up again without us having to do anything else. Now the background here is called a backdrop. And the cool thing is that we can actually customize this to look a little bit more like Discord. So let's switch back to VS Code to do this. It's very simple. Let me show you how. We can go to the global CSS file, and there is a nice property here, which is called backdrop. And if we manipulate this, we can actually change how the background here looks. So let's do this. We can say we want the background image of this backdrop to have a certain style. So in our case, we use a linear gradient with a 45-degree angle. And these two colors, I just defined them. It's a lighter purple and a darker purple. And I think this looks nice, and we can give it a nice opacity. So if it is set to 1, it will be a little bit too prominent. So let's keep it at 0.5. And switching back to the browser, we now get this nice, very subtle, but still fitting into the brand of Discord style of the backdrop here. So our dialog doesn't look perfect yet. So we still need to fill this up with form elements. But the principle already works. We can close this and reopen this again. And I think it's quite a handy way to show something like this. So let's get back to VS Code to actually implement the form and allow us to create real servers in our application. Now, if you want to have a form, it will require us to keep track of the state, so the content of this form. So let's first add a type for this. And what this type will look like is we define the type form state. It can be local to this file, so naming is not that important. We won't export it, so a generic name is okay. It's a form state, and now we want to have 3 values really. We want to keep track of the server name. We will have an input field for the server name. We will have an input field for the server image, so people can add an image URL for the server to be showing on the left here. And finally, we want people to be able to add users to this server. So they need to be able to select these users somehow. And for this, we will have a users array. And the type for this will be user object, which is something we haven't defined yet. So let's do that. We go to our models folder here, create a new file, call it user object.typescript, close the sidebar. And for this object, we will extract a few properties from the user object of the Stream SDK. So let's first define this as the type user object. And then we'll have an ID, which makes sense. We need to uniquely identify each user. They usually have a name, which can be the email address or something else, but we want to display this, of course. Then an optional image. Some people might not have configured this, so it's an optional string. We want to indicate whether or not people are currently online or not. This is again an optional. And if they are not online, we want to indicate when they were last online, which is just a nice way to display more information about these users. So now that we've created this object, we can import this from the file, and the form state is now ready. So we can start with the implementation in the HTML. For that, we need to keep track of the form state in some form. So let's first create an initial state and then add functionality to change this state up. So we will start by structuring things a little bit more nicely. We have all data related parameters in the beginning here. So we will define an initial state of type form state, which will have an empty server name, an empty server image, as well as an empty array of users. We will take care of users a little bit later. So for now, it's fine to have them empty. Then, of course, we need to have an option to change this dynamically. And for this, it makes sense for us to have a state So let's have a form data property with the use state hook. So we can set this initial state when the component is created, and then we can change this accordingly. So with this, we can now add to our HTML. We defined the top list already. So let's add a form element next. We can define the method of dialog here so that HTML knows how to handle this. We will have a flex layout with the flex direction column. We will space out things as well here, and we'll give it a X padding of 6. So 1.5 rem, as we can see here. Then we want to be able to input the server name as well as an URL for the server. So let's create the first label for each input element. We also need to have a label describing this element. We give it a class name of label title, which we will create in a second. And then we say this is the HTML for the server name. So we give the title of server name. Then we create a new div that will hold 2 elements. It will first have the classes of flex, so we want a flex layout, and center the items vertically. I always keep mixing that up. And give it a slight background as well. The reason we have this div is that we want to have a nice hashtag sign showing before the actual input, because this is how the actual form looks like. So let's quickly switch to Discord. And if we, for example, want to create a new channel here, we will have this type of layout, and I can zoom in. So we can have the create channel. For us, it will be server. And then we have the title here and the background of the input element together with this hashtag sign. So this is what we want to replicate. So in order to do this, we now define a span with the hashtag, give it a text size of 2XL, a slight padding, and a dark gray text color. Then we can add our input element. Now this will have a few properties. So we start with the fact that it will be a text input. We give it an ID of server name, which is important for the HTML tag of the label. We give it the name of server name, and the value that we attach to it will be the form data.server name. Remember, for our form state, we have a server name, a server image, and the users. So this is now attached to this. Now, what happens when this input changes is that we actually want to update our form data here. So what we can do, we can call the setFormDate, use everything that is inside of it, and only change the server name to the current value of this input field. We can finally add the required tag here, because if our server doesn't have a name, we don't want to allow this as an input. We can save this and take a look how it looks. And I would say we're not quite there yet. It doesn't look perfect yet, but we can do this with a little bit of CSS code and optimize that. So first you want this title to look a little bit nicer, and then the text field is not ideal yet. So let's change this up next. We switch to our CSS file. And again, we could create custom CSS files for these components, but for simplicity, we just keep them in the globals.css. Sometimes it makes sense because we reuse some of the classes, but some of them could also be outsourced into their own CSS files for better modularity, but let's keep it in here for now. First thing we want to define is the label title. And we use all Tailwind classes for this, so no custom CSS really, but we can reuse this CSS class, so it's handy. We want to have this uppercase, give it a little bit of a smaller text size, but make it bold, and give it a dark text color. So let's save this. And we already see this looks way better. We don't have the exact same font as Discord has, but with the things we have at our disposal, I think this looks quite nice. Now we still want to change the input element here. So let's go back to CSS. And we want to now apply something to all input elements and all select elements. And we apply that they have a full width and a slight padding of 2, but only a roundedness of 0.25 rem. Now, we also want to add custom CSS for inputs which have text as their input type. And for that, we want to have it have a transparent background and a transparent outline as well. So if we save this, this already looks way better. But if you look closely, if this is focused, let's zoom in a little bit. If this is focused, it still has this white outline, and this is not there in the real Discord app. So we want to also get rid of this. I want to warn you though, this is not ideal from an accessibility standpoint. So people might get confused because this outline also helps recognize which part is focused. So in a real application, please make sure that accessibility is considered if you decide to change a feature like this. So we switch back to VS Code. And the final thing we want to add here is when our input, which is of type text, is focused, is in the focus state, we want to give it no outline. And remember, this is not good in many ways, but in our case, we want to replicate the way Discord looks, and this is how they do it. So we save this and we switch back, and now we can see the outline is gone. If we focus this, it's not really there. So this is the exact look that we were going for. So this looks nice. We can put something in, test server, and it will show nicely. Now we still need to add the image to the server. So let's do this next. We switch back to VS Code and go back to our create server form. And the next thing we need to do is add the same elements as we have for the server name for the image URL here. So we'll do this a little bit quicker. We have the label again with the label title. The HTML4 is now the server image. We add the title. We have the same class again of flex. We're centering the items vertically and have a light gray background. We have the span with the hashtag again. And we have an input element. It's again a type text. The ID is now different. Same goes for the name. And we have the value of server image from the form data now. On change, we do the same thing. We set the form data, but now we have the server image as the current value of the input field. It is also required because we want to have it look nice. So we require this to be there when people create a new server. And with that, we can save and see this looks nice. We can now say https:// my important image, and it looks cool. Now the size of this dialog is not ideal yet, and I know that, but we'll get to this. But I think the look is quite nice. The only thing I'm confused about is that the roundedness is not there. But I know what's happening because we added the roundedness for our input element. However, the input element is just inside there. So we want to add this to the div container that is holding this background color. So let's switch back, and I'm talking about this div here. So let's give this the rounded class. Same up here. Save again. And if we look now, we see it has this nice slight roundedness, which just looks a tad better. So I'm happy with that. We can still close this and open it up again. So everything still works. Still looks nice, but the thing that's remaining is to add users to our server and then add a button, of course, that will also really create this new server for us. So let's add the users first. For that, we want to first load the users from the chat client and then show them in our HTML. In order to load the users from the client, we first need access to the client. Luckily, this is very easy. We can extract it from the chat context, which is a hook that we get from the Stream SDK. So we take the client here, and then we create a new state variable for our users. And with that, we have the option to load them and then set them when the component is initialized. For that, we need a function that we want to call to load the users. So let's do that next. We wrap it in a use callback hook because we don't want the memory address of the function per se to change. So it will be an async function because there's a network call involved. So we can simply call the client.queryUsers function on the Stream chat client. We could add custom parameters here. So if we want to only show users that may have set their availability to public or have other parameters set, we could do this, but we want to keep things simple. So we have an empty array of options for the querying. So we want every single user queried. From that, we can now create a users object where we want to have an array of the user object type that we have defined earlier. So we now need to get this response, extract the users, which will be of type user response, and map this to the user object. First, we need to add a small little detail because if we query like that, there will also be admin users, which can or cannot be there depending on how you set up the project. But we just want to make sure to filter them out. So this is a way to do this. We could also do this in the query parameters, but we can also do a simple filter, especially for us, since we don't have that many users. It's fine. If you would have more, then we would think about adding this query earlier on, because then performance would be better. But for this, it's fine. We filter out the users with the role of admin, and we then map over them and create our user object. So we return a new object, which has the user.id as the user ID. The name, we chose to use this user.name property, or if this is not present, we use the user ID. For the image, we use the user.image, convert this to a string, and then we want the online option, so user.online, which handily comes for the stream user. And lastly, the last online can be found with the last active property on the user that we have. Then we have a users object and we just need to set this in the state. So for this, we say if the users are there, so if there's something inside there, we want to call the set users that we have defined here and add this. We need to add the dependency to the client to load the users really. And then all that remains is to call this function. We could cramp this into this use effect hook, but it doesn't really fit in there because it has a different dependency. So let's create our own for this. We can have as many as we like. And we put the call to load users inside. We don't have to wait until this is finished because we wait inside of our function for the querying to be completed. The rest of the code is synchronous. And the set users is then called, so then our UI will be updated. And of course, we need to add the dependency to load users here. With that, we have a list of users that are registered in our application. And we now need to have a way to actually add them to the server. So it makes sense to have that as a list. So let's go to the HTML here. And here we will now create a container we will give this maximum height of 16 rem. And the reason for that is if we have a lot of users, it makes sense that we limit the height of it. Otherwise, it will just blow up our layout. And we simply add the overflow y scroll property because we want the user to be able to scroll through all the other users and add the ones he or she or they like. And inside the div, we will iterate over all the users that we have with the users.map function. And then we will add a user row for this. But I think it makes sense that we extract this to its own component, because I know we will later on have another form to create new channels, and it will come in handy if we have a way to show users there as well. So let's create a custom component for this. So inside of our components, let's create a new file, call it userrow.tsx. Close the sidebar. We first add some imports that we will need in a second. But what we're really interested in, we want to have a new component, which is a user row. We will need some parameters for it. So for that, we will need a user object. So we want to actually show some user information here. And second, we want a function to call whenever our users have changed. And the information we need inside here is the user. And we want to have a parameter that says if it's checked or if it's unchecked. So we want people to be able to select a user. If it's not checked, we will add them to the list of users to add to their server. And if it's unchecked after clicking, we need to remove them from the list, which is why we need this checked property here. But I guess it makes sense because we want to have checkboxes here. So having a checked property for checkboxes seems quite reasonable. We extract these parameters to use them inside of our component. And of course, we want to return a JavaScript element, a JSX element. We return a div container that is, again, using displayFlex. It centers everything vertically. Yep. And justifies it at the start. So in most layouts, it's the left one. For the right to left layout, it will be the right side. We give it a width of full, add some spacing, some horizontal spacing to it, and some margin above and below this container. And then we add the checkbox element for an input. We give it the ID of user ID, the type checkbox. We also give it the name user ID and a class name. We want to have it a size of a width and a height of 4, so 1 rem, and no bottom margin. On change, we have this handy user changed function. So we want to call this with the event target.checked property, which says if the checkbox is now checked or not. Then we add a label for this, and the label will have the full width, have again a flex layout with items centered vertically and a horizontal spacing of 6. And it's the HTML for users. So if the user.image is present, we want to display this. So we use the image component from Next.js again. And the source will be the user.image, which we know is there because we've checked for it. We give it a width of 40 and a height of 40, so it will have a square aspect ratio and an alt text of the user's name and class names of fixed width of 2 rem and a height of 2 rem, and we will round it full, so it will have a 50% border. If the user image is not there, we want to show a person icon which we haven't defined yet. So this is throwing an error here. So let's quickly import this. We go to our icons and we switch to the browser and we want to grab it from the hero icons. So let's do person and we see the user circle. We just want this as a fallback solution. So let's copy the JSX. We create here a new person icon component. We give it the properties of icon props. For this, we give it a height of 8 and a width of 8 because this is what we give our image as well. And we return the JSX element and we return the SVG that we just copied with the class name set to the class name we define here. So if we save this and we go back, we see the import is still wrong. So let's try this again. Yeah, it's here. So it was just referencing the wrong file. And now we can add the rest because I mentioned that we want to show the time when users were last online. So let's add a small snippet for this. We add a paragraph here. We start off with the user name first and give this a text color and make it a block element. And below that, we will now want to add the time when they were last online, if it's there. So user.last_online, if this is there, we show a new span with a smaller text size and a lighter gray color and show the last online to be the user.last_online. And I know that the string that the Stream backend gives us has this timestamp inside of it. So we simply split by this timestamp and return the first element here. This is just something I know because I've tried this. But with this, the user row is ready for importing from the inside the create server form. So here we map over our users. And for each user, we now want to show this user row and we give it the key because it's inside of a list, a key of the user.id, which is unique. We give it a user. So remember, inside of a user row, we have the user object as well as the user changed function, which we haven't defined that. So let's add this next. We have a function user changed with the user and a checked property here. And if the property is now checked, so if checked is true, we want to set our form data to the current value, but change the users to have the form data users, which are already present, and add the user here towards the end of it. If it's not checked, then we do the same thing. We set the form data with all the current data, but now for the users, we want to filter the current user's form user, the current form data users object by the current user, and only return the elements that have a different ID. So we filter out the user that is now unchecked. With this, we can add the last parameter here to user changed and give that function here as the parameter. Now the only thing remaining is we need to add this import. And if we save, and we can now go back to the browser to check if it works. We actually added quite some code, so I'm curious as well. Let's see, go back from Heroicons to our app. And we see an error, which looks quite familiar, right? The invalid source prop, which says we haven't defined the hostname getstream.io in our next config.js, which is true. So let's add this because the image for the user is getstream URL. So let's switch back to our next config file. We have the images.unsplash.com in our remote patterns. So let's copy this. And instead of images.unsplash.com, let's add getstream.io. Switch back to the browser again and load. The error seems to have gone away. And we now have ourself. It's something. In that list, we can check and uncheck and add the other stuff as well. So we can add text here, and we can check and uncheck these users here. Well, I'm saying users, but it's actually just one. Now, that's fine, right? But what we actually want to do is have more here to just demonstrate this. But since this is a very top secret project until this video is released, I don't have more users. So what do? I fake them, of course. Now, there's multiple ways to approach this, but what I did was to create a little Python script, and let me switch to this real quick. I am using the Stream Chat package, which is available for Python as well. So we also have a lot of backend support in the Stream Chat and video SDKs. So the script is really easy. We have a environment file that has the API key and the secret of our Stream project. I won't show this, but you can imagine how this looks. And then we simply initialize the Stream Chat client with the API key and the secret. And then I've just defined a few characters. I took the Star Wars ones because there's a huge database there with assets as well. So I have imagery, and I can take each of these people here: Luke Skywalker, Leia, Darth Vader, Yoda, Finn. It's just different characters here with images. And then for each character in these Star Wars characters, I insert the user into the client. I could even batch insert them, but this was just to keep things very, very simple. And this works. So if I execute this Python generate users.py, which runs, and what we can do now is we can refresh this. We now have the usual problem of we have a new source for images. We know how to fix this, so let's go back to our project really, go to the Next.js config, add a new host for allowing images from. I know it's a safe host, so I'm fine doing this. We can close this script. We don't need this anymore. And I refresh here. And you can see we have all the users now. Now they have not been online, so it won't show anything, just as we expected. But yeah, you see myself, I've been online for the last time on this day. So yes, we can select them and this just works. I just realized we forgot to add a headline to them. So we need to add this. And then the only thing remaining is to add buttons at the bottom here to actually create a new server. And of course, we need to create this functionality in the end. To do this, we switch back to our create server form. And first we add an h2 with the label title to add users. You can see it here. So we can now focus on the buttons at the bottom. And we want to have this in a separate row. So let's first create a div that is used as the container for this. It will again have a flex layout. We space out things towards the horizontal axis. We center everything vertically, and horizontally we justify the content towards the flex end. We give it a slight padding and a nice background of gray so that the button row will have a different background than the rest of the form. And now we want to have a cancel button first. And we already know how this works because it's pretty much the same as this close icon here. But we want to have it with the text. So let's add the text. Otherwise, it's just a semi-bold font and lighter tint gray. And we ref to the root element saying we want to close this dialog by removing the search parameters here. All right, so we have that already. So let's just save and take a look. And it looks quite nice. So we have the cancel button here. It looks way better actually already. So we have the cancel button here. That's good. And now we want to also add the create server button next. So let's create a button with the submit type. And now we need to think, because we only want to enable this button if all the necessary data is put into our form. So let's create a helper function for this. We first add the text of create server, and then we create this helper function saying we want to disable our button if the Boolean that we return is true. So the first condition is that we want to have a value for the server name. So if the server name is empty, we want to already return true. This button should be disabled. The other condition is that the server image is not there. And the third condition is that the users that we want to add to this server is smaller or equal to 1. This is debatable. We could also set it smaller than 1, but we want to give the condition that we want to have at least 2 users on each server. Otherwise, we won't allow to create it. With this function in place, we can add the disabled property to the button, and we can add some styling to it. We can add a Discord color for the background. We haven't set this yet, but I will do this in a second. We will round it a little bit, give it some padding, a white text, bold font, make it uppercase. And if it's disabled, we will also put the opacity to only 50% and give the cursor not allowed property, which just means we set the cursor to not allowed. And we will see how this looks in a second. So let's first add the Discord color in our Tailwind config. And we already have the dark gray color. So we can add the Discord color here, and I checked the color code for this. This is taken from the Discord branding page, so it should be correct. And with that, we have the color here. So if I save this and we switch back, we already see this looks quite nice. We don't have everything set, so this actually gives the not allowed cursor when we hover over it. Yeah, this looks good for now. Question is, what do we want to do if we hit the create server? And we actually want to do 3 things. The first one is to actually make a call to create the server. The next is to remove the content here. So let's make this server name empty, the image URL empty, and remove the selected users for when we want to create the next server iteration. And the last thing is we want to get rid of the parameters here to close our modal indirectly. So let's do this. The first thing we need for this is to import the use router from the next navigation package, because this allows us to manipulate the current route, also the current URL, inside of the browser. And then we can create a function. We call it createClicked. We haven't implemented the real server creation yet. So for now, we keep a to-do here. Remember to implement this later on. And then we set the form data to its initial state, which is an empty state, but we don't have to redefine it because we already have defined that in the initial state. And finally, we replace the current route with the root route. Again, we close the dialog through this because the search params will not be there anymore. And the last step is to add this to the onClick here of the server. So we can actually try this out. So I can give the server a name, test name. We can give it an image URL. We can do a random thing because it won't be saved anyways. And then we select a few users here. You can see once we have selected at least 2, this will activate. And if I remove this and only have 1, it will be grayed out and non-clickable. So let's add a few people here. And importantly, let's also add us. We can create the server. It will close and clean this. So if I do this, create server, we go back here. The params are gone. If I click this again, I'm still selected actually. So the users are not cleaned up, but the rest is so. And if we do the cancel click, we also go back. So this works as expected, which means we can next focus on adding the real code to create an actual server and then load it to see this in the real list. We want to keep the logic clean, so let's implement the creation of the server inside of the Discord context file. Not the server, but the context. So we switch here. And for now, our Discord state is empty. What we can do now is we can add functions to it and state elements as well. But for now, we're fine with just using functions. So for us, this can look like this. We have the Discord state as an empty object, and we add a create server function. We don't want to return anything, so a void return type is fine for us. As a parameter, we first have to put in the stream chat client, because inside of the function, we want to create a new channel with the server data. So we need the client for that. We need the name of the server, the image URL, and the user IDs of the users we want to add to this server. Then for the initial value, we need to define an empty function here so that we at least have something there, because this is not optional. Then inside of our provider, we can now create a new function. We use the use callback hook to avoid unnecessary renders. And we will have an async function inside here. And for the logic, we again have the same parameters, the client, the name, the image URL, and the user IDs. We take those and first create a new server ID. Remember, we want to uniquely identify our server, so we need a unique server ID. We generate this when we have all the other data, and then we call the client.channel. We want to create a messaging channel. We will later learn how to create others and also create calls. So for now, we want to create a messaging channel with a new UUID. Note that this UUID will be different to the server one, because this is the ID for the channel that we create, and this is the one for the server, which will be shared across all channels of this server. So we have the unique identifier for the channel, and now we give it a name, welcome. So whenever we create a new server, there will be automatically one messaging channel with the name welcome. The members should be the user IDs that we get as a parameter. And then we want to add some custom data to this channel, because this is where we will store the server information for filtering that later on. So as the extra data, we first have the image, which will be the image URL. We will have the server ID that we just generated, the server name, and we give it a category. We will need this in a later stage of the project when we create the channel list, because we want to categorize channels into certain, categories. And therefore, we just create a generic category here called text channels. With that, we can now actually create it, because we have first created a new channel object. And we catch, of course, the errors. And now we call the messaging channel.create function. This is an async one, so we await it. And the response we don't really need, but we want to log if there's an error. And let's actually log the response here with the tag Discord context create server, so that we know where it happens. But this is just optional. I just like to see if the calls were successful and see the results here. Now the last step for us is to actually put this into the store, which is a Discord state. So what we can do here is we can say, as the create server option, we want to have the create server function that we have defined using the use callback hook here. With that, the Discord context is done. And we can switch to our create server form, where we will now want to call this. And remember, we have the to-do here to create the real server inside our create clicked. So this is where we want to put this. But for this, we first need to actually import the Discord context. We haven't done that here. So we can access this using the use Discord context hook. Remember, we defined this at the bottom here. So we can use it inside of our create server form. And we just want to import the create server function for now. And with that, we can jump to the create clicked. And here we call the create server function with the client that we've imported earlier, so the stream chat client. We can then take the form data, because we know this will only get called if the name, image, and users are actually there. So we can take the server name and of the form data, we can take the server image, and we can take the users. And we're only interested in the user IDs, because that's all we need when creating a new channel. So we can do this, and with that, we can actually get rid of our to-do. So let's see it in action. We switch to the browser. We click here. We say we want a server name. Let's call it test server 1. And let's go to Unsplash, because we want to have a nice URL. Let's search for something Star Wars related. This is fine. We copy the image URL from Daniel K. Jeong. I hope I didn't butcher the name, but it's actually a quite nice photo. So we go back here, we paste the code. It's from images.unsplash.com. We've whitelisted this already. And let's take a few people here. It's not really my preference from who I really like, but I'm just adding random people. And I can hit create server. And, well, we don't see the server yet, but at least we know the channel creation worked, because there's a new channel that appeared here. And of course, we now need to do some filtering, because we don't want to see all channels here, but only the ones for this specific server. But this is coming to this project later in the video, so we need to wait for this, as hard as this might be. But we still have our mock servers here. So we want to change this, but actually there's something that I'm not happy with yet. So if I hit the plus here again, this looks a little bit too narrow for my taste. The button here is a bit small, and I actually don't want this to be blue. I want this to be black and a little bit bigger. So let's first fix this and then load the servers. Fixing the layout issues is actually quite easy. We first jump back to VS Code, and inside of our create server form, we define the close icon. And remember, we have the option to add a class name here. So let's do this. We give it a width and a height of 10 and make it a little bit lighter gray. So I can save this now and switch back. We see the icon looks way better. It's bigger and I like the look quite more. So we still need to fix these checkboxes and the overall size of the dialog. And for that, we jump to CSS. Let's first define the checkboxes, and just like we have for the input type text, we can now define something for the input type checkbox. So we do this and we say we want to have it have a width of 6 and a height of 6, and we want to give it the accent color black, which is a nice new property, rather new in CSS, to change the coloring of checkboxes. And while we're at it, we want to change the width of the dialog. But this is a little bit more tricky because we don't want to give it a fixed size. But we will actually do a trick. So for the dialog element, we will define the width using the clamp function. This is not super popular, but what it does is we can define a minimum value of 30 RAM here, a preferred value, we would like to have it 50%, and then a max value, which we select as 50 RAM. You can always change this. It's just random values that I selected, which worked nicely for me. So if we define this and we can save this, and we now jump back to the browser, we see it looks way nicer. We have a little bit more space here. If I click on these, they are a little bit bigger and they have the dark accent color. And if I change the size here, you see it will get smaller and smaller, but only to a certain degree. Then it will stay the same. And yeah, that's exactly the look that we want. So with that, the UI portion, I would say, is finished. I really enjoy how it looks. And we can now focus on loading real servers. To do this, we switch back to VS Code and we go to the server list file, because here we now have the mock servers and we want to change things up here to load the real servers. So in order to load servers, we will need access to the Stream Chat client. So let's first import this using the use chat context, and we get the client from this. And then we want to have a server list that is empty in the beginning. And then we add a function to load servers, set them, and we call this load servers function inside of a use effect hook so that it will be executed once the component is loaded. So first, let's add the server list as a state property so that we can update this. It's an array of Discord servers, just like the ones we had here. And we start off with an empty array. Then we start by defining a load server list. Using a use callback hook, it will be an async one, so it will return a promise. And inside, we first want to query the channels from the client, but we have two conditions here. The first one being we want to have only the messaging channels. Remember when we created the server and the channel inside of it, it was also a messaging channel. And the second is we only want access to channels that the current logged in member, so the client.user ID member, is actually part of. This has two reasons. First, if you're not part of the channel, you shouldn't have access to it, so we don't want to load it. And it would even throw errors because you're not allowed to query for channels that you're not a member of. So if we have the channels, we will now do some filtering, because we only want the unique server IDs and actually servers that are inside of all the channels that we have queried. So we create a set, and quick reminder, a set is different to an array because each of the entries are unique. And what we will do, we will transform each channel into a server object, because each of the channels has an object attached to it in their extra data. We will then filter them, and by converting them to a set, we know that only unique values are part of this set. It has a few other advantages as well, but check out your algorithm and data structure lectures for this. For us, it's just important to know that the set will have unique entries, which is what we want because we want to show the list of servers, and each entry needs to be there only once. So what do? We take the channels, we map each channel to a server using the ID, name, and the image, and we extract all of them from the extra data object of the channel, which we can access like this. And if we don't find anything, such as the name, we just simply set it to unknown, which means something didn't quite work out. so we don't have the server information there. And afterwards we can filter for this. So whenever we have that, we disregard the channel and with that the server, because something went wrong there and we haven't set a server for this specific one. Then we do some more filtering to filter out the servers who have the same name. We don't want this as well. And in the end, we create an array again from this server set, and we can access all the values like this. We create an array again, and with this array, we can set the server list to the server array. So we take an array of Discord servers, we convert them to a set, meaning we only have the unique entries of this array, and then convert it back to an array. Is this the most elegant solution? Probably not, but it works nicely. And maybe you learned something about data structures, which is always worth it, right? So last step here is to say if we have a server array.length of bigger than 0, we want to set the active server to the first one in this array. Otherwise, we wouldn't have an active server. And we need to have dependency on the client. So that's all we need to load the servers. We can now get rid of our mock servers, which will give us an error because here we're actually mapping over them. But we have created the new server list here, so we can simply replace this by the server list. We save and jump back to the browser to see if it worked. But before we do this, it won't work because we forgot the use effect hook, so it won't load. So let's correct this. We add a use effect hook and we simply call the load server list, and we make this dependent on the load server list function. We save and let's really check. Perfect. We have, let's zoom in a little bit. We have the server. We can see it's loaded as the active one because it has this bar on the left. And we can hover over it. We can click on it, which won't do anything. But this just works as expected. Now there's one more thing that we want to do, and that is change the active server from being inside of our server list to the Discord context file. The reason for this is we will need to have access to this inside of the channel list that we will implement afterwards. And if we only have it in the server list, we won't get access to this. So we keep it in the Discord context, which we have easy access to using the hook. And this is actually quite simple. But to do this, we also need to implement the changing of servers inside of the Discord context. So the Discord context is finally getting some love and getting filled up with functionality. Isn't that nice? For this, we switch back again to VS Code, and we want to go to the Discord context, and we add 2 more properties to our Discord state. The first being a server that we need to import. So we want to have the currently active server. We will have this as an optional because we also want to have the case that this is actually not defined, and I will talk about this later. And the other new thing that we want to add here is to change the server, which takes 2 parameters, the server first, again, it can be undefined, and then also the client, because I will talk about that later on as well. But this means for the initial value, we also need to add these. So first we take the server as undefined, and then we give an empty change server function. But of course, we actually want to implement this. So let's add a change server function here with a use callback as before. It will be async and has the same parameters as we have defined up here. And for now, the code is quite simple. We will add more when we want to show the channel list, because that will mean whenever we change the server, we also need to update the list of channels that we want to display. And also there comes the client into play. So for now, we simply want to set the my state of our context to the current state and simply change the server property that we have set here. The client is unused so far, which is fine. We only need this to load the channels afterwards. So we need to add the dependency to set my state. And in the store, we add the server of the current state. So because whenever this state changes, we also want to have the server update in our context in the provider. And second, we add the change server function. We can save. And now we simply need to add this to the server list and get rid of our local implementation. To do this, we add the import of the Discord context here. And then we want to have the server as the active server. So we can get rid of this. We won't need this anymore. So our currently active server should be this one. We have the change server implemented as well. But of course, this will now give us errors because we don't have the set active server anymore, but we have the change server function. So we can have this, and we simply need to add the client as the second parameter, which means we have to add this dependency as well. Luckily, this is embedded in a use callback hook, so this won't trigger any unnecessary re-renders. And we need to change this here as well. We have said that we want to use the set active server function, which is not there anymore. So we go with the change server function and have the client here as well. Awesome. With this, the functionality is there, but we actually missed one thing. And I want to quickly show you what we haven't implemented yet, which is going to be a very quick add in the server list here, but still we need to do it. Otherwise, we're not finished yet. And this is the functionality to add direct messages here. So if we click, this is the real Discord, by the way. If we click here, we first of all see that this is a separate icon using the Discord icon really. We hover, it gives a nice purple background. And if we click on this, we see the direct messages that we have with friends compared to the channels we see when we select a server. So let's implement this. For this, we first need to have the assets for the Discord icon. I downloaded them, so I can just drag them in. You will find them in the GitHub repo, or you can go to the branding page of Discord and download them there, which is what I did. So we create a new assets folder here. We can now drag the assets inside here. I'm doing this. So we have the Discord black and the Discord white because we want to use both of them. And let's close this. And inside of our server list, let's add the code necessary here. It's not a lot of code. So first we add a button because we want to be able to click on this. And we say, we give it this class name, which is quite long, but it just says we want a block element, give it some padding. We want it to be squared. We want to use the sidebar icon, which we have used for the other elements as well. So we want to give it the hover effects that we all know and love. And we give it a small bottom border, which will be of a light gray. And we say, if the active server is undefined, we want to have this as the selected icon, which means if we click on this, we want to set the active server to undefined and still have the client. We will handle this inside of the change server function later to filter for only the channels that have two participants, so the channels which are direct message channels. And with that, we have this functionality covered without putting too much of a logic in, but simply if we say if the server is undefined, we want to show this. Finally, we need something to render here, right? And we have the assets there, but I thought the easiest way is to handle this using CSS. Maybe I have a CSS problem. Comment please on the video if that is the case. I might need help. But we give it the rounded icon class, which we have used before. And we also added a new class here called Discord icon. And now this is what we will implement. And this is going to be fun. So we switch to globals.css. And first we need to define the purple Discord color. So we create a new CSS variable inside of the root here and give it the color code. Again, I got this from the branding page from Discord so that you don't have to. And we scroll down and let's add this Discord icon class. And the first thing we want to do here is to give it a white background, add the padding, and give it a full width and height. So remember we gave the container some sizing and we want to make sure that this is filled out. Then we give it a background of the black Discord SVG that we've just imported. We don't want to repeat this, but we want to center it. And the background should be white. Also, we set the background origin to be content box because of the positioning inside of the container. Lastly, if we hover over the icon, we want to switch colors. So what we will do is we will instead show the Discord white SVG. Again, we don't want to repeat it. We want to center it horizontally and vertically. But we also want to give it the background color, not white, but the Discord purple. And we also can change the offset. And remember, the offset is used by the selected icon here. And we will see how this looks in a second. So we save this and we jump back to our app to see how it looks. So inside of our app, we can see it has this quite nice effect. Now this doesn't look perfect yet. So I think we messed some padding up here because this is getting way larger. So we don't want this, but aside from that, the functionality is quite there. Hover effect works, the selected property works, and yeah, so let's see how we can fix this hover effect here. Luckily, the fix is quite easy. So the problem is that on the hover effect, the background origin content box will be overwritten. So if we add this to the hover effect as well, and we switch back, it now looks very nice. So this is the look we wanted to achieve. We can select it and we can select the servers again. We can create new servers. So finally, I think we have finished the biggest part of the video. So the biggest chapter to create this server list, because the rest of the functionality now is easier to customize, because what we have done now, we have chosen to customize our app completely ourselves. This is not supported directly by the Stream SDK, this server functionality, but we will be able to customize it towards our needs so that we get and can achieve what we want. But now we want to have some cosmetics here, basically. Well, we need to do some filtering, but aside from that, we want to have some cosmetics to show this in a much nicer way, and also to customize the list of messages here to look more like the Discord that we know. But we have achieved a lot in this chapter, although it doesn't look like much. We have implemented quite a bit of functionality. So I promise you the next parts will not take that much. In this next section, we want to cover implementing the custom channel list. Now let's first take a look at the real Discord app to actually think about what we want to build. So if you take a look, this is a private server here, and we will now build this second column here. And let me zoom in a little bit. So at the top, we have this button, which gives us the server name. And if we click on it, we see a menu popping up. We will add this menu. We won't add much functionality inside of it, but at least I want to show you how to build a menu like this. And we can also close this. I need to zoom out. We won't cover events, but then we have the channels, which are in categories. So there's a certain category. This is the category text channels. This is the category voice channels, which we will cover later on in the video. But you can open and close these or toggle them to minimize them. And of course, you can also create new channels with this plus button. And you can see it looks quite similar to the form that we already implemented for servers. So we will be able to use a lot of the code that we've written already to replicate this kind of UI here. And we won't create a new channel now. And the final piece of UI is this one here. It's this user bar here at the bottom with the currently logged in user, an online indication, and some buttons to turn off the microphone, deafen the headphones, and some user settings. We won't cover most of the functionality for now, but we will get the UI very similar to this. Of course, we also need to lay some other groundwork, because in order for this to work, we need to filter by the server. So we have to find all channels that are part of a certain server. And then we need to split them up into certain categories. So we need to add this logic, and we need to react whenever we have changes in the server. So we need to switch things up there. And this is part of the logic section that we need to implement here. I would say without further ado, let's get started laying out the groundwork for the custom channel list. So taking a look at the code that we have right now, I am in the My Chat component, and here we define the chat, which is a built-in component from the Stream SDK. Then we show our server list with the layout that we have defined earlier. And then we have this channel list, which is also the default stream component. Now, the cool thing is that we can customize this and hand in a list element here, where we can define a custom layout for our channel list. So this is exactly what we want to do. So let's first, inside of the components folder, create a new folder, call it channel list. And inside the channel list, create a new file, and we call it custom channel list.tsx. We want to have the export default function, custom channel list. And what we will return here is a React functional component with the type channel list messenger props. This is what we want to return, because this is what the SDK expects. So let's return a div for now, and we can say the div has a class name, give it a certain width. We say width 72, which is how many rems? 18. Yeah, should be fine. And let's give it a background to make sure that it looks nice. And we need to grab the real color from the Discord clone for this. I've already done this, so I can add this to the Tailwind config for the colors here. Let me copy that over. It is a medium gray. So below our dark gray here, let's paste in the medium gray with this color code. And we can switch back here, and we can say background medium gray and save this for now. And the problem is that we don't return anything here, so we actually need to return this. And actually this gives an error, so let's for now just return a jsx.element, and we can remove the import at the top here. So let's save this. And if we go back to our My Chat, we can now say for the list, we want to have the custom channel list here. We can save, and we should be able to see this, but it might not have any height. So let's at least add a heading here. It says custom channel list. So we switch back and we can now see the channels are gone. We only see the custom channel list here, which is not quite the UI that we aimed for, but we will now fill this up with more content. Now, the first thing we realize is that the height of this is not correct. We want this to cover the full height. So let's jump to the code and let's first add some Tailwind classes here. We give it a height of full. So we say it should spread across the entire height of the container. And then we give it a flex layout with the flex direction of column and put the items to the start. Then we don't want to show this generic custom channel list text, but remember we want to show at the top the name of the server. Luckily, we have this available inside of our Discord context. So let's import the Discord context. Then we load it using the hook that we defined, and we can extract the server from this. And then we can define an h2 where we show the server name. But remember, this might be undefined. And this is specifically undefined in the case that we are in the direct messages configuration. So we can say if there's a server here, if it's defined, we use the name. If not, we fall back to the title direct messages. We can then get rid of this h2. We can save. And if we look now, the entire height is now taken by the container. We see this because we have the gray background. And we see the name of the selected server here. If we switch to the direct messages, this changes and we can switch back and forth. But of course, this is not everything. We want to have a button here so that we can open up the menu with the drop down. And so let's add this next. For this, we create a new folder inside of the channel list. We call it top bar. And inside of it, we create a new file and we call it channel list topbar.tsx. Now, filling up this channel list top bar element, we first start by creating the channel list top bar component and exporting it. Then we need to think about what we put into it, and the only thing we want to input for now is the actual server name. So let's add this as a parameter, and we have access to this now. So we want to return an JSX element, of course, which we're not doing yet. But then we need to think about, we want to have a menu here that is toggled when the user clicks on this top bar element. So to keep track of the state of this menu, whether it's opened or not, we, need to have a state property. So let's import the useState hook and let's define a menu open property, which we initialize with false. So we don't want to show the menu initially, only when the user clicks on it. Then, of course, we need to return something here, and we create a container first, which will span the entire width of the container that it lives in, and we give it a relative positioning. The reason for that is because we want to add a menu to this. We want to position the menu relative to its parent container, so the relative class is important here. Then we add a button because we want to use that to toggle the menu. We give it a bunch of class names, which is not that spectacular, but basically it's a flex layout. We make it span the entire width and center everything, give it some padding and a bottom border. And if the menu is open, we give it a gray background. Otherwise, we don't set a background at all. And we make sure the border is gray, and on hovering, we set the background to gray as well. Notice we make use of the menu open variable here. So we can do the same for the onClick, because if the user clicks on this button, we want to toggle the menu state. So on click, we simply set the set menu open to the reverse of the current value. We could also say we want this to be the negative of menu open or the inverse of menu open. But this is a more safe way to capture the current value and avoid changing the value from a location where it doesn't make sense and it's not captured to the latest current value. So with that, we can now actually show the server name here. And we do this with an H2. We set a large font size and make it bold and set a dark gray color to the text. And now all that is remaining is to add the server name here. We can save this. And now we still want to show the menu, right? But before we do that, I want to actually visualize this to see what we have built so far on the screen. So let's switch back to our custom channel list and let's here say we want to have the channel list top bar and we need to give it the server name. And for this, we have the code here already. So let's copy this over. Can get rid of the previous H2. And we say the server name would be either the server's name or direct messages. And we close the tag. We save this. And if we switch back here, we already see the name here. We can switch again and it looks quite nice already with the border at the bottom and the hover effect. We're still missing this icon on the right here. So we still need to add this. But aside from that, this already looks quite nice. So let's make sure we see the icon next. We switch back to the channel list top bar. And now we want to have icons. And for icons, we want to use the hero icons again because, well, we want to either have a chevron that's pointing downwards or a close icon. And remember, we already used the close icon for the form that created a new server. So we can reuse this. Here, the generic solution for having the icons comes in handy, because we have the close icon here already. I just realized we have the default parameter here, which we actually don't want. So let's get rid of this. We will run into a problem. So let's see where we have used this. And the only place has been here. So let's add this and we are good to go. So close this again. And now we also need to have the chevron icon. We go to hero icons again. We can look for the chevron. We want the chevron down. So we can copy the JSX and add this to the code here. And I have actually done that already. So I've prepared this. It's the exact same code. So we can just copy it. I add this below the close icon and you can see it gives a default value of height and width 5 and text gray. And we simply have copied the SVG we got from Heroicons. So now we have the chevron down and the close icon ready. We can switch back to the top bar. And if the menu is closed, we want to show the chevron down. And if it's opened, we want to show the close icon. So we import the icons from our icons file. And now we say if the menu is open, we want to show the close icon. If not, we want to show the chevron down. So we can save again and switch back to our app. And we see it looks quite nice. We can click now. We don't see a menu yet, so we'll add that. But it works. We switch between the icons upon clicking. And so let's at least show something for the menu here. So we say if the menu is open, we want to render something. And we want to use an absolute position for this with going the full width and having a padding here of 2. And we actually need to set the Z index because we want to show this from a 3D perspective above the other content. So we set the Z index to 10. And then we say we have the full width. We give it a white background and more padding. We give it a slight shadow and round the edges. And for now, let's just add a headline because we just want to show this. So we save, we switch back here. And if we click on this, it doesn't look perfect yet because we don't have the menu items yet, but it shows where it should be. We can close it, we can open it, and we have this nice effect that it has this nice shadow and these rounded corners. So I think it looks quite nice, but we're still missing the menu items. Now, for the menu items, we need to have the name of the menu item and an actual icon. So let's define them within a separate file, and then we can import them and show them in the code with a nice separation. So let's switch back here and create an actual file next. First, we create a new file inside of the top bar, and we call it menuitems.tsx because we want to add UI specific code here. So let's open the file, close the sidebar. And since we want to have an array of items, let's first start with defining a type for them. The type's name will be list row element, and we have a name, which will be the text that we show inside of the menu item. We'll have an icon, which will be a JSX element. So this is why we need to actually make this a JSX file as well. And then we want to specify whether the item has a bottom border. We use this to simply create a separation between different groups of menu items. We want to have certain items have a different color. They can be either purple or red. And then I know the future, so I know we will want to reuse this later on, these elements. So we also define the option to reverse the order, because when we show them in this menu, we will have the text on the left and the icon on the right, but we want to show this reversed later on, so we just keep this option here. Then we define the array of list row elements, we call it menu items, and now we need to specify them. But for that, we don't only need the names, but we also need the icons. And you all know where we get the icons from, which is Heroicons. They don't have the specific icons that Discord uses, but I don't have access to them. So I pulled together a few ones that look rather similar, which is fine for us. I don't want to go through the process of copying and pasting each and every one of them, but just copy paste them here. And you see there are a bunch of elements, the speaker muted, shield, plus circle, and more added to the ones we already had. So let's save this. Let's import them here in the menu items file. And now we can start with creating the menu items. We first have the server boost, and we can show this with the icon boost, and we add a bottom border to this. And then we can have the next element, which is invite people, with another icon with a border bottom, and this will be purple. And like this, we add them up. I don't want to go through everything because you will see how that looks in a second. So we have other options as well. And finally, we even want to have a leave server button with the icon leave server, the bottom border set to false, and have a red color. So we can save this. We still see an error because I think I'm importing the icons from the wrong space. It's 2 directories above here. So if we correct this, this now works, and we can switch back to the channel list top bar. So the first thing we need to do is to import the menu items here, and then we can scroll down to where we show the menu headline. And now we can say we want to map over these menu items and create a button which will have the key of the option name. We know that there are different names for each option, so it's fine to use that. Otherwise, it would be a bit tricky to use a name as the key, but we've hard-coded that, so that's fine for now. It should have the full width, and on click, we simply close the menu. So we don't add the functionality here. Feel free to do this, but we want to keep this in scope, so we won't do this. So we simply close the menu whenever we click on that. Now we want to render this, but I already mentioned that we will want to use this in a different location again. So let's add a custom file for this, and let's call it channel list menu row. Sounds fine. Close the sidebar. Just as we're used to before, we first define the channel list menu row here, and we want to give it a parameter, and the parameter will be of the type list row element. So let's import this and set the type here, and then we take all the elements from this. We even add default values for the bottom border, the purple, red, and reverse order. And then we can add the UI. First, we will have the return element be a JSX element, of course. And then we return a fragment because we want to have multiple elements, well, conditionally at least. So we start off with a P element, so a paragraph, and we give this a few classes here. And we will add even more, but this is just general layouting. So it's a flex layout. We space the items out with the justify between and center them vertically. Give it some padding, add a pointer cursor to it, add the text color, round it a little bit, give some hovering. We haven't defined these colors yet, so we need to do that in just a second. But we also add some hover effects, the text white, and a dark Discord color if we hover regularly. And then we want to have these nice animations for this. So we transition the colors, give it a nice ease in out curve, and the duration should be 200 milliseconds. But we just saw we need to change our Tailwind config to add this dark Discord color. So let's go to the Tailwind config and let's add this color. This is going to be the dark Discord, and I've pulled that from the website. So this is the dark Discord color that we have defined. And we now want to add some conditions to these classes because we have these options here, right? So for example, if we want to reverse the order, we want to add the flex row reverse class, which will set the flex direction to row reverse. This is a really easy way to have the flow direction configurable. So I quite like having the option here, which we'll use later on. And then we have these colors. So we want to say if there's the purple color, the text shouldn't be gray, but it should be of type text dark Discord. That's the color we just defined. And then if we have red color, we want to have the text red. Makes sense, but also we want to change the hover effect. So if it's red, we also change the hover to be background red 500. We need to have two separate checks here because otherwise we would override the hover effect here. And this is why we have two requests here. But since we have that, we can now add a span, which has a small text and a medium font weight. And we add the name, so the text that comes in here. And finally, we want to have the icon as well. Remember that we have configured the item in the menu items here. So we have the UI code as the option, so we can directly use it like this. Finally, if the bottom border is defined, then we want to show a div which has some Y margin and a slight X margin as well. It will have the height of 1 pixel. This is how you define this. And we give it a light gray color. So with that, we can save this. The channel list menu row is done, and we can actually incorporate this now into the channel list top bar. So here we still have the menu, and our button is ready because we have defined the button. The function for the click is defined. Now the last thing we need to do is to add this channel list menu row and add the import. And we simply set the option as the parameter because this contains all the necessary parameters that the list row element needs. And we can get rid of the menu headline here. So let's save this and see how it looks. We see we still have the item, and we can click on this and look how nice this works. So we have all the elements. These are the icons I imported from Heroicons. Feel free to change them up to be closer to the real Discord. But we have these bottom borders, which look really nice. We have the nice hover effects that animate, different coloring for different options here, even the leave server with the red hover effect. I think this looks really nice. And if we click on anything, well, it just closes. But like I mentioned, if you want to add the functionality, it's also quite easy to do this, depending on what you want to have here. But our menu now looks very nice. So I think the top bar here is in a perfect state, and we can continue adding the channels to the channel list right here. Now, in order to create the channel list itself, let's take a look again at what we want to achieve in the end. I'm in the real Discord app again, and you can zoom in a little bit here, and you can see you can click on these categories, and then the respective channels will appear with a nice hover effect. And you can also make this go away and open things up. So for each category, we will have an item that you can open and close and show the respective channels underneath. So first, we will load the channels that are used for each server. Second, we will create these open and close items and fill these up with the elements for the channels with this UI here. So I would say, let's jump right in. If we think about where we want to load these channels, we still have our Discord context as the big item where we want to keep our state. So it makes sense that we do the loading of these channels and categories inside there so that we can use them wherever we want to actually display them. So let's jump to VS Code and take a look at our Discord context and the state that we have at the moment. So we already have the server, but this doesn't have any information about the channels. So let's create a new item here. And let's call it channels by categories. And this will be a map. So it will be a string, which is the key. And we will use the name of the category for this. And then we will have an array of channels with this type here, which is default stream chat generics. So we can import these, first the channel from stream chat, and then the generics from stream chat React. And with this, we can then display this by iterating over the keys of this map and showing an array and displaying each channel like this. But we will do that later. Let's first think about the data itself. Of course, we need to add something to the initial value. We will add an empty map here. So that should be fine. And then in the store, we still need to add this. So we say we want the channels by categories here to be the mystate.channels by categories. By doing this, whenever we update our state with new channels and new categories, the current data will be reflected in the UI and everything will update right as is. But now where do we want to actually load the channels? We could create a load function somewhere, but the question is, where do we execute this? And in fact, we already have the perfect function for this here, because if we think about this, whenever we want to change the server, we also want to update the channels that we display, because channels are part of servers. We save the server data inside of the channels extra data object. So whenever we want to change a server, we will need to update the list of channels and categories. So this is a good place to do this. So let's think about this. We already have the client here. Remember, we added this and I promised you we would need this later on. Well, now's the time. So first, we import the channel filters item here at the top because we want to filter our channels. And let's take a look at how we do this. We add a filters object here. It's a let instead of a constant, and I will explain to you in a second why. But we want to filter by all messaging channels, of course. And importantly, we want to filter by only the channels that the current logged in user, so the client.user ID, is a member of. If we wouldn't add this, we would actually run into an error because we're not allowed to access channels that we're not a member of, which is a safety mechanism. You can disable this in the stream console, so you have all the freedom you want there. But by default, it's configured like this, and I think it's a very reasonable default. So with this query filter here, we can only query for channels that we are currently a member of, we as the currently logged in user. Now we make this a let because there's a special case here, and that is the case if the server is undefined. Remember, this is when we want to show the direct messages only. So the cool thing we can do here is we can set a member count to the filters, and we only want 2 people inside of the conversation because 2 people in a chat means that this is a direct message. Now we need to execute the query here. So we can say const channels equals client.queryChannels with the given filters that we have just set. We need to await this, of course. And then we can create this map that we talked about to have with the channels by categories. And the key again will be the string, the category name, and then the array of channels. Now, how can we fill this up? Well, if a server is actually set, well, we don't want to do this if we only want the direct messages, because then we just show all channels. And now we create a new set of categories first, because we need to find out what categories there are, and then add the channels for this key inside of our map. So as a new set, we set the channels. So we need to filter them, and we need to make sure that there is a current server set. So one of the parameters here is the server that we want to put in. So we need to make sure we filter to have channels that have the current server.name specified as their server in the extra data. And this is how we can do this. So we have filtered the channels to only have those that are part of the current server. And then we can map over these channels and say we don't want the complete channel, but we only want the category of this channel. So with this, we will have an array of all the categories. There might be duplicates, which is why we convert this into a set. And with that, we only have unique entries here. Then we can say for each of the categories that we have in this set, and in order to iterate over them, we convert this to an array again. So for each category, we now want to say the channels by categories, so our map that we want to have in the end. We now set a new value, and the key will be the category, so the name of the category. And then we want to filter the channels simply by the server name again. So only the ones that are part of this server, but also only the ones that have the current category set. So we take all channels, we filter out the ones that are not part of the server, and then we filter out the ones that are not part of this category. So we are left with only the channels for this category on this server, which is exactly what we want. And then if no server is set, we simply set the channels that we have, which are the direct message channels, and we give it a category as well, because this will make displaying things easier. And we simply set them to direct messages, which I think makes sense. The last step is we are updating our state here already with the current value of my state and the server. Now we can add the channels by categories to this. And with that, whenever the server is changed, the channels and categories are recalculated. And after that, the state is updated. So we should see the current values whenever we click on a server or we change servers here. So this is all the groundwork that we needed to lay. And we can now go on and start with building up the UI. Starting with the UI, we first can open up our custom channel list where we're only showing the top bar for now. So we want to add this, but first we need to import the channels by categories from the Discord context. And now we can add here a new div first that will have the full width. And then we can take these channels by categories and create this code, which looks a little bit confusing first. But dissecting this, we take all the keys from the channels by categories, so which means we have only an array of categories. Well, it's not an array because it will still be an iterable iterator. So we convert the iterator to an array. And then we simply map over these categories. And now we want to display them somehow. So let's create a new UI element for this. We can create it inside the channel list and let's call it category item.tsx. And of course, we always love to create some type for the properties that we hand to the category item. So let's do this first. We call it category item props, which is a very creative name, but it does the job. And of course, we need to show a category, which will be a string. And then we have to show the channels, which is again of type channel with default stream chat generics. So let's import these. And we can also say we want to have the server name here. And we will see why we need this in a second. And now we can start creating the actual category item, which of course will be a component which gets the category item props as an input parameter, and we can extract all the values from this. And we want to return a JSX element. Now we want to have a menu that you can open and close. So we will need some form of state. So let's create one that says is open and we use state. So we don't need to import this. And in the end, we want to return an element. So we should do this. And as so often, we start by creating a div. I should probably get rid of some of the divs, but you know, we need to keep going and keep up the pace. So we won't do this now. Each category item will have a margin bottom so that we can have some separation between each of the categories. I think that makes sense. And now we create another div. We give this a flex layout and center the items vertically and a text gray with some padding involved. And now at the root will be a button that if we click on it will toggle the menu open and closed. So it will show the channels for the category or hide them. So for this button, we again give it some layouting. It's a flex layout again, a full width, and we center the items vertically and align them to the start. On click, we call the set is open and toggle it. So we already talked about this. We can do this with capturing the current value and inverting it. And inside of our button, now we want to have a div first that is going to end up as the little indicator that indicates whether or not the category is showing its channels or hiding them. And we can use a chevron for this. And remember, we already had this chevron, so this down pointing arrow. So we can reuse this element, but of course, on clicking this, we want to indicate whether it's open. Then we will show the chevron like this. Or if it's closed, and then we don't need to create another icon, but we can simply rotate this. So what we do is we check if the menu is open. If yes, we don't do anything. If not, we rotate the icon by a negative 90 degrees, and with that indicating that the category is currently hiding its channels. To have a nice effect, we transition and animate between the different states with an ease in out curve and a duration of 200 milliseconds. Cool. So we need to have the chevron here. We need to import this from the icons. And now we can add the text, and we use a span for this. We want to style it, so give it an inline block. We want to uppercase our categories and give them a small text size, but make them bold and give them some slight padding. And now we can simply show the category name. Then we also want to be able to create new channels, of course. And we will do this by adding a form again, which we'll do in the next step though. But we want to prepare this already. And just like with the server form, we will do this by adding some parameters to the URL. And for this, we will need a link element. So let's add this next. We need to import this. So it's going to be the link from next link. And this will have an inline block and the create button class. I think we don't need this. This is a relic of a previous version. And now where do we want to point this link is the question now. So this is the URL we will use, and I will talk about this more in the next chapter when we actually create the form, but it's rather similar to the one before. So we say we want to have the URL of create channel set to true and already populate the server name and the category so that we can pre-populate this in the form. But again, I'll talk about this in the next chapter. So what do we want to have inside of our link? We want to have a little plus icon there. So let's add one. And for that, we need the icons again. I won't go to Heroicons now. I've done this and I've just copied over the code. So it's a plus icon. It has the usual props set automatically and we can customize them if we want. The only thing I've customized here is the stroke width to make the plus icon a little bit thicker. Aside from that, it's just the one copied over from Heroicons. So what we do, we first import this from icons, and then we can display it here. Now with that, the row that shows the category is finished. We can toggle it, but we're not showing the channels yet, right? So let's do this next. And for that, we want to check if the menu is actually open. And if that is the case, we create a new div and we map over the channels that we have. Remember, we are getting the channels as an input parameter. Now, the thing is, we want to show them somehow. So yeah, let's create a new component for this. And then we can display that here. So we create a new component inside the channel list. And let's call it custom channel preview. And you might wonder why I want to have a separate element for this. And let's go through this and I will explain to you in a little bit more detail why we want to have this. So first we start off with creating the component, and you might notice that I haven't defined a type for the props. And this is because we can actually reuse one that the SDK gives us. In our case, this is the channel preview UI component props, which is a very handy name, but if we use this, we actually get access to some cool things. Let's see this in action, because now the first thing we want to do is we return a JSX element, of course, and then we get things like the channel directly. And the props has more of these properties, so maybe you want to have access to them, you can explore that. For us, the channel is fine. But the second thing we will do now, we will use the use chat context, and we need to import this, to import the set active channel function. Now this function is really cool because what we are doing at the moment is we're showing the chat in a very generic form. And so we've been using the generic channel list and the generic message list. But notice that the advantage of that is that when we click on a channel on the right of our screen, the selected channel will automatically update. And this is done with the setActiveChannel function. So we can make use of this because if a user clicks on this specific item here, we want to set the active channel in our application, and we get easy access to this using this hook. That was a lot of talking, so let's continue with the coding section. We return something, of course, and we always start with a div, right? Well, sorry for that. But of course, we want to fill up this div. And one thing I haven't talked about yet is we want to have some indication whether there are unread messages here. And if we quickly switch to the real Discord app, you can see on the left here, there's this little bubble that indicates there are unread messages here. So if we click on this and we have seen the messages, this bubble will disappear. And we want to build this. So we have the class name of a regular flex layout, and we want to center the items vertically, give it some margin. And then if inside of our props for the channel, the count unread function will return a value larger than 0. So if there are unread messages, we want to also attach the channel container class here. Now you might be wondering, what is the channel container class? And yes, this is a custom one that we now need to add, of course. So we open up the CSS file, global CSS, and here we first add the channel container class and give it a relative layout. So our root div here will have a relative class attached to it. And then for the before element, because we don't want to create too many DOM elements, we can make use of the pseudo elements, which is the before here. We apply a few different classes. First, we give it the display block property and want to position it in an absolute way, give it a certain height and a width, and we want to position it slightly to the left, give it a background of gray and round it so that we have this rounded effect where it's peeking out basically. And the last thing, we need to set some content, otherwise we won't be able to see this pseudo element. We can return to the custom channel preview and go on. Now, the container is there, but of course we want to fill it. So at the root, there will be a button that we can click, and we will say it has the full width, it has a flex layout, centering things, giving it some padding, and a nice hover effect, together with some roundedness. Now what happens when we click on this button, we simply want to call the setActiveChannel function with the current channel that is given as a prop. And I already said this looks like a very simple call, but it actually does quite a lot. So it will already give us the active channel, displaying it without us needing to configure additional things. So it's very handy. And next we create a span, make it italic, give it a large text and some margin to the right and a light gray text color, and show the hashtag sign. And finally, we create a new span with the small text that will have the channel data name, so the name of the channel. And finally, if that's not there, we simply show a preview of it. This should never happen, but we at least want to configure something if this is not there. With this, the preview is done, and we can switch back to our category item. And remember, we are now mapping over the channels, and of course, we want to display them. So we return the custom channel preview here that we just created. And for the key, we set the channel ID. We know this is a unique identifier, so that's fine. And hand in the channel and give it a class name of width full. And finally, we of course need to import this. So let's add the import and save this. Now that the category item is done, remember where we were configuring this, and that was inside of the custom channel list. So let's hide the sidebar, and just as a remember, we're iterating here over the channels by categories keys, so over the category names. And what we do now is we want to display the category item, and we hand in the key. We combine the category together with the index of it showing to just make sure if in any case there are a duplication of categories, we can omit that the key is duplicated. We won't need to hand in a category and the server name. Remember, if this is not the case, we simply say we want to show the direct messages title. And finally, we need to put in the channels for the respective category. We can get them with the .get function and specifying the key. If this is not present, we at least don't want to throw an error, but we will only show an empty array, so we won't show any channels. Lastly, we need to import the category item, and with that we are finished. Well, with the channel list at least. So let's switch the browser, and we already see this looks perfect. We have the text channels. Let's zoom in a little bit. We have the text channels category name here. We can see that we have the channel list. It's only one for now, but we have the category. We can close it. The chevron will animate nicely and we can click anywhere here. So this looks perfect. We even have the plus button. It won't do anything aside from setting the parameters, but this looks nice. We can hover over it. We can click on it. It will even show the channel. So let's write a text here. Welcome to test server 1. We can send this chat and yeah, everything works. If we click on the direct messages, we see the direct messages being displayed as well. We don't have any in there, so it's empty, which also makes sense. But if we switch back, the channel list is automatically reloaded to only display the ones that are actually part of this server. So that is perfect. We have set this. We will see more of this when we are able to create channels, which we are not at the moment. But before we add the form for this, we're still missing the bar at the bottom here. So let's do this next. For this, let's first take a look at what we want to build. So we switch to the real Discord app and let's zoom in a little bit to the bottom here. So what we will have is we have this bar here with the 3 icons, the settings, the deafen and turn on microphone button, and the information about the current user. Now we will replicate this, but what we also will build, we won't cover all the settings. So you can click on the settings here and see a couple of them, but we will only put a menu item here to log out because we don't have that yet. We don't want to build all of this, but we at least want to be able to log out again because this is not something we support yet. So let's do this. We jump back to VS Code. And let's open up the browser here because we have the top bar. So let's create a new folder here, call it bottom bar. And inside of it, we create a new file and we call it channel list bottom bar .tsx to stay consistent with naming. So we have this file. And let's build this up now, and then in the end we can add this to the custom channel list here. But let's start with the bottom bar. So just as always, let's start with the definition of the component. We want to return a JSX element. We don't need any props here because we have access to the things we need using hooks, and otherwise we can just keep the state internal to this component. Now the first thing we want to import is the client. We use the use chat context hook for this, and then we want to keep track whether the person is clicking the buttons at the bottom to display this in some form. So we need to have some state management here. So let's define a hook, whether the mic is active or not, and we need to import use state here. And let's do the same for audio active and whether the menu is open. And this is what we will use for displaying the logout button. So that's why we have this defined here. Lastly, we want to sign out, and the question is how. And luckily, we can use the use Clerk hook, importing that. And they offer a very simple sign out function. And since we have the Clerk provider added to the root here, we can have access to this anywhere, which comes in very handy right now. So finally, we can start building up the UI. We return, first of all, a div, of course, with the margin top set to auto. If we do this, we know that the channel list container item that we have is taking the full height of its parent. And if we say we want to have the margin top to set to auto, we basically space it out to be completely at the bottom. We give it a padding, a light gray background. We give it a full width. And I don't think we have to find the light gray background. Let's check our Tailwind config. We haven't. So let's change this. The light background is another color taken from the Discord app with this color code. I just took this from there. We make it take the full width, give it a flex layout, center the items vertically, and do some spacing here. And also we add the relative positioning here, because if we want to show our menu, we will again use an absolute positioning for this. So we want to have the container be the thing where we align this from. After this, we will have a button because we want to toggle the menu open and closed. We give it a class again. This has a flex. With the flex 1, we say take as much space as possible. We center everything vertically, give it some spacing and some padding, and round everything and give it a nice hover effect. The hover effect with the hover gray color is again something we haven't defined yet. So let's switch to the Tailwind config again, and we can copy this over and we call it hover gray, and it's another tint of gray. I know we use a lot of colors here, but this is just what Discord uses, and yeah, we want to replicate this as close as possible. So this is why we use these. Next, we have the onClick function that we set the set menu open to, and we simply invert the current value. With that, we can actually display something there. And we first want to check if the current user actually has an image created. We automatically set this, so we require having that. But to make ESLint happy, let's check for this. We create a div with the class name relative. And if the user is online, we will add the online icon class, which is a CSS class that we will define in a second. To this, what we can do with this check is if the user is currently online, we can show a little green indication of that. And the Stream SDK gives us this nice function to check if someone is online. So let's first add the online icon class to our CSS file. And what we do is we define this. We want to access only the pseudo element, so the after element here, and give it a few classes. We make it display block and positioning of absolute. Remember, we set the relative class on the container here, because otherwise it will use the relative class of this container, which is not what we want. So we make it position of absolute, give it a width and height of 4, which is 1 rem, give it a green background, and we want to set it to the bottom and right of the element, round it full, and give it a slight border of 2. So it has 2 pixels of a border, which gives it a nice border around the element. And the border will be gray, which you might notice will be the same gray that we use for the background of the item. All right, now that we have this defined, we can actually use the image, and we need to import this, of course. And then we can set the source to the client user image. Now we know this is there, but it's an optional here. So we have to give some fallback, and the fallback I give here, well, I know the link needs to be there because we're checking this before. So the fallback is not really useful, but we can see this in action if we go here and we see this is a person that is generated by AI. So that's a fun page to look at. This person does not exist.com. But for now, we are fine with this fallback. We give it an alt text, of course, and set the width to 36 as well as the height. We want to round this image, so give it the rounded full class. And of course, we also want to display the name of the user as well as their online status. So we create a new paragraph, use a flex layout with a flex column and the item start, which will now center everything horizontally. Give it a slight spacing on the y-axis. And now we can create a new span, which we will use for the name of the user. This has a few properties set, but this is mainly to make this look as close to the real Discord as possible. So let's go through it. We give it a display block and we set the max width to 6 rem. The reason for this is that otherwise the names might get too long and we don't want this. So then the entire column would spread too wide. We don't want this, so let's give it a max width. The text color is set. We make this a little bit smaller, but have it a medium font weight. We want to give it a negative bottom margin. And then to make this look like the Discord one, we set the tracking, so the letter spacing between the letters, to a little bit tighter. And actually, if the text overflows, we don't want to simply cut it off, but we want to show the ... there, so an overflow, which we can do with the ellipses. And we don't want to clip this, so we don't want to have some weird scrolling in there. So we just define the overflow X as clip. Inside, we simply add the client.user.name. And after that, we want to, of course, also add the online indication text here. So we create a new span, make it a little bit smaller, give it a light gray text color and the inline block. And here we say if the user is online, we say they're online. If not, they are offline. So with that, we can add the buttons to the right of the user's information. And for this, we have a little bit of classes defined. So let's go over what they do, because we will do the exact same thing 3 times for the microphone, the speaker, and the settings button. Let's go over that once, and I will not explain it 3 times. So first of all, we give the icon that we will add in a second a width and a height of 7, so 1.75 rem. This just closest to what Discord does. We add some padding, give it a flex layout, and center everything both horizontally and vertically. We again give a relative positioning and round everything, because we will add a hover effect, and this just looks nicer with some nice roundedness. And in fact, the hover effect comes next. So on hover, we change the background and we want to transition with a slightly faster duration, but the same ease in out curve. Now we have a condition that says if mic active is false, we add a new class here, which is going to be inactive icon. We will create this in a second. And we want to change the text here to the red color. The reason for changing the text color is that also applies to the icons. So it makes sense to just change the text color here. Otherwise, we simply set it to a text gray, which is again the color of the icons. Now let's first add the inactive icon, and then we can continue by adding a real icon here. So let's jump to our CSS file. And because I love pseudo elements, we will add one more here. And this is going to be the inactive icon, which again, we use the after pseudo element and we apply the display block. We give it an absolute positioning of the full height, the width of 0.5. We give it a background, but we rotate it by 45 degrees. Now what we will do there is, now remember this is only applied if the icon is inactive. And what this does is it will create a line, which is usually a horizontal line, but since we rotate this by 45 degrees, it will be a diagonal. And this indicates that this is inactive. So of course we could do this differently with another element that we overlay, but we're fine with the pseudo element. And this is a nice trick just to do this. We round this and give it a slight margin just so that the positioning is correct. So this is how we will add the inactive icon class. And now, of course, we also need to handle clicks on that icon. And for this, since this is going to be handling the mic, we call the set mic active and invert the value here. Now, we want to have a mic icon here. So you might have guessed we need to add more icons because we have no icons for this. And again, I took them from Heroicons, you know the drill. So I will just copy paste this here. We have a mic icon now and a speaker icon that we will use in a second. So let's go back to our bottom bar. We will add the necessary icons that we use. So we use the mic and the speaker. We will also use the gear icon for the settings icon and the leave server in the menu when we want to log out. Now, the final thing, we add the mic to the button, and I already promised you I would go over this more quickly. We do the same thing for the speaker. This is the same code. The only difference is that we don't check for the mic active, but for the audio active, we add an on-click listener and call the set audio active function. Otherwise, it's totally the same. We add the speaker icon. And finally, we do a similar thing for the gear icon, but notice we won't show an inactive state here. So this is the same code, but only without this check. And on click, we don't really do anything here. Awesome. With this, we have our icon row done. And the last remaining thing is that we want to actually show something for the menu. So we do the check. If menu open is true, and remember we changed this on click of the whole thing. So if menu open is true, we want to create a new button with an absolute positioning. We give it a negative top value of -3 rem. And what we do with that is we position this above the container and we give it a negative left spacing of -0.5 rem. So we put it a little bit to the right with that. Give it a fixed width because this is how we want the menu to look like. Slight padding, a nice background, and some roundedness and the shadow. You might remember this looks quite similar to the menu we defined before for this click here. So we're doing the very similar thing. It's just we position this above instead of below the parent container. Continuing from here, we will add an on-click listener. And I already told you the sign out function is something we get from the use Clerk hook. And we can simply call this now. Inside, we will reuse our channel list menu row from the item I just showed you. But of course, we need to import this and we give it the following properties. We name it signout. We give it the icon of leave server. We say we don't want the bottom border to be present, but we want this to be red because, well, the user is logging out. So we want to give some indication that there is something happening when clicking this. Now we can save. And the last thing we need to do is actually show this bottom bar. So we switch to our custom channel list, and here below the category item, we can now say channel list bottom bar. And remember, we don't have any parameters here. So by saving this and switching back to the browser, it should just work. So let's take a look. Well, it's not bad. We have our image, we have the text, the name of the currently logged in user. This shows the email address here, so it's clipped. And we see the online indication. We are missing this green bubble here. And also the diagonal red indicator is not showing, so we need to investigate what happened there. But if we click on this, it will change the color at least. So the logic is working, but something seems to be missing from our pseudo elements. And I think I know what it is, but let's finish on clicking here and the sign out button appears. So we'll click that in a second, but let's first investigate why the pseudo elements are not there. So we switch back to VS Code. We open up our CSS file, and I think I know what the problem is. Remember that we need to set the content here to at least have something in there so that it will show. We forgot this, so let's add this to the online and the inactive icons after elements. We save, and if we switch back, they are here. So if we click this now, we have the diagonal red cross appearing, which looks nice. So we have the indications that we want. And finally, we will now try the sign out button that we can toggle here. So let's first zoom out a little bit and then click the sign out button. It works. We are now signed out, and let's do the check if we can actually sign back in, which would be nice. So let's continue with Google here. Use my account. I will continue. And we're back in and everything has loaded. We have the channels here. You can see everything here is still there. We can toggle these. We can sign out again. And with that, the channel list is finished. The only remaining thing now is that up until now, we can't really create new channels. So let's finish the channel list by creating the form to create new channels. And then we can focus on the next chapter. When building up the form to create a new channel, we will make use of a lot of principles that we have used when creating the form we have already done, meaning the form to create a new server. We will use the same headline style, we will use the same input field styles, and the ways to add users. Also, we will use the same aesthetic for the bar here at the bottom. So a lot of the code will be replicated. So I will go over this a little bit quicker than before. So if you are unsure what certain things are, how they work, I invite you to rewatch the section of the video where we create this form. It has a timestamp, so you can jump back to it. But here we will go over the things a little bit quicker. So let's get into it. We switch to the editor and we want to create a new folder inside the channel list. And this will be create channel form. And inside we add a new file and we call it create channel form.tsx. Now let's first add the function definition or the component definition create channel form, which we will return a JSX element. And let's now just return something to be able to import this from the custom channel list. So inside here, we have the channel list top bar and the category items that we've created and the channel list bottom bar. So just as we have done for the server list, we can now add the component inside here. So let's do this, create channel form. And we need to import this. And if we take a look at how this looks now, we have the simple div that we've created before showing here, but what we will do now is we will use the same mechanisms to only conditionally show this and embed this in a dialog to be able to render this when and only when we clicked on this button, and with that add the following parameters to the URL. So let's jump back into the create channel form file and build up the UI. The first step is to remove this placeholder div because we actually want real code to go there. So let's start, and we know we want to create a form, and for this we will need to have a type. So let's start with that. We will define the type form state. It will have the channel name. It will also have the category that we want to specify for the channel. And then, as we're used to, we want to have a users array of users objects that we want to add to this specific channel. Then we can use the hook use search params from Next Navigation to extract the parameters we get for this current URL. Remember, we will use this to detect whether we want to show the dialog or not, but we will actually use it for one more thing, which I will show you in a second, because we either want to have the create channel parameter to know if we want to show the form or not, but also we want to extract the category. The reason for this is when we click on the plus icon here, we will add the name of the category to the URL, because if the user clicks here, they clearly want to add a channel to this category. They will have the option to change this, but we can pre-fill this. And this is a nice way we can do this using the parameters here. Next, we need to import a few React hooks, and I'm doing them in a bunch because then I don't need to add all of this. For now, we start with the useRef hook because we again have a dialog element which we want to have a reference to because we want to show this in case this value is true. Then we import the router from Next Navigation because we want to close this in the end. So we will make use of the router there. Then we use the use chat context hook to get access to the client. And we need to define an initial state for the form. And here the category will come in handy because for the channel name, we will leave this empty. But for the category, if there is a parameter for the category, we will pre-fill this. If not, we just set it to empty and the user needs to add them manually. Finally, we set the users array to empty so that the user can add users to this. Then we initialize the form data object that we can also update using the use state hook with the initial state set. We need to import the user object either here, and also we want to set the users now because we need to load them just as we have done for the server list. So let's create a state variable for that. And then we can define the function. I will go over this very quickly because it's essentially the same thing we're doing in the server list form. So we query the users, we create an array filtering for users that don't have the role admin. We're mapping them to user objects so that they have this type. And this is how we do it. And if there are actual users, from our query. We set them, updating the state here. We need to make this dependent on the client, because if that changes, this should be reevaluated. I've gone over this very quickly. If you've missed something, feel free to pause the video and jump back to the creation of the server form, where I will go into more detail how this works. But let's go on. We haven't called the load users, so we add a use effect hook to load the users, which is only dependent on this. And since we're wrapping this in a use callback, we don't cause any unnecessary re-renders. We will use another use effect hook though. And this is for showing the dialog. And we can do this by first checking if the show create channel form parameter was set as a parameter in our query. And we also check if the dialog ref has a value, because we want this value to be called to be showing the modal here. If this is not the case, we will close the modal, because then they clearly don't want to show the create channel form and we don't want to show our modal in that case. So with that, we're already ready to show everything, but now we need to add the markup for this. So we start off by creating a dialog which will be of absolute position. We need to increase the z-index to show it above the rest of the content. We give it some spacing and round it off. And we give it the ref of dialog ref that we have initialized up here, so that we can call the show modal and the close functions on this. We fill this up with the top row first, and this is going to have the full width and a flex layout. We add an H2 to create a channel. And what we'll also add is a link, because we want to have a close button. And remember, if we use the href of our root element, the show create channel form parameter will be set to null, and therefore the modal will close automatically. We import the close icon because this is how we want to display this, and go to the link and display the close icon with a width and a height of 10 and make it a light gray. Now with this out of the way, we can start with the form itself. It's going to have the form, the method of dialog, and it has a flex layout with a flex column direction and some spacing between, and we even add some X padding. And we again go with the same route of having a label first and then the input. So we have a label here for the channel name. We give it the class name label title that we have defined for the server form already. We say that the title here is channel name, and we then add another div because we want to show a hashtag sign before entering the channel name, and then we add the input, which has the type text and the ID and name of channel name. The value will be the form data.channel name. So remember, we have defined the form data up here with the initial state. And on change of that, we will update the form data with the set form data function. We will use the existing form data, but for the channel name, we use the current value of this input field. We will do the same thing for the category name. So we again add a label with the same classes here, call it category. And then we have another div, which is the container for the hashtag sign plus the input. This time it's going to be for the category, same type here. And the value will be form data.category. And on change, we call the same set form data method and use the existing form data, but only change the category to the current value of the input. Next, we have an H2 for adding users. It will again have the label title, so it will look similar to the other ones. And we give this a maximum height because we might have a lot of users and we don't want this to be spreading across the whole screen. So we give it a max height of 64 and a overflow Y of scroll. And then we map over all the users. We import the user row that we have used in the server form and then use this to, well, display the users. And what we need to define here is a user changed function, because remember that has checkboxes And for these checkboxes, we need to define a function if they check or uncheck a certain user. So let's add this. It's going to be either adding the user to the current list of users if it is now checked, or if it is not, we will filter out the user that was just unchecked. With this, the only remaining thing that we need to add are the buttons. So let's add a container for this with a flex layout. We center everything vertically and justify it towards the end. We add a link again with the root element here and call it cancel. So this will also close the dialog. And we then add a submit button, which we will disable if we don't have the channel name, the category set, and a user number that is bigger than 1. So we will disable this if this is not the case, and we give it a class. We show it as a Discord color to make it look a little bit nicer. If it's disabled, we reduce the opacity and add the cursor not allowed class. And on click, we need to define a function that says create clicked. So let's do this. We set the form data back to its initial state and dynamically replace the route of the router with the root. So it won't be much difference to the link here, but we will reset the form data to its initial state, and we actually need to create the channel first. But let's first finish off the UI and then we can handle this. So the last thing we need to do is give this button here a text that says create channel. We save, and if we switch to the browser again, we can now hit the plus icon and our form works perfectly. We can add a channel name here. We can say test channel inside of the text channels, and we can add users to this. We just need to make sure we add ourselves, because otherwise it won't show up. And then we can click the create channel. Now it won't do anything because we haven't defined the real creation of a channel. So that's what's still missing. So let's fix that. We switch back to VS Code, and we have gotten to the point that we want to put all our logic related to server and channel creation into the Discord context. So we want to do the same thing here. And for this, we first want to extend our Discord state, because we have had the change server and the create server function, and now we will also add the create channel function here. And first, let's think which parameters we need to add here in order to create a channel. So we need to have the stream chat client to call the create channel function. We need to have the name of the channel, of course, the category in which we want to put the channel. And lastly, we need to have the user IDs of the users to add to this specific channel. Now we need to define an empty function to have our initial value set, and then we can start with the implementation. Let's minimize this and start with that. First, we define the channel, the create channel function with a use callback hook. It's going to be an async function because we need to call the client to create the channel. And then we put in the parameters, the client, the name, the category, and the user IDs. And we have to check if there is currently a logged in user, because otherwise we won't be authenticated to do this. So if the client.user ID is there, we can now create a channel. And of course, the channel type will be messaging, but we also want to add some additional data to this. So let's create an object, and we want to have the name here. We want to have the members, and we will define some custom data. We've actually done this before, if you remember. Inside of the create server, we defined a new channel here with the name welcome and the data text channels. So we're doing the same thing here. So we want to do the same thing for our call to create channel here. So inside of the data object, we now set first the image. We can take this from the current state, server.image, the server ID, the server name, as well as the category. Then we wrap the next call in a try statement, and we call the channel.create, and we get a response. We're not doing anything with that, but in a production app, you would usually handle this and handle any errors. And you might even want to log this for some reason. But we skip this for simplicity and simply catch an error and log this to the console. Now we need to make sure that we have the mystate.server in the dependency array. And then we can add the create channel function to the store. With that, the context part is finished, but of course we're not calling this yet. So let's switch back to the create channel form. And here we first need to import the create channel from the use Discord context hook, which we also need to import. And then if we scroll down, we already have the function that we execute when create is clicked. And inside here, we can now add the call to create channel. We have the client available, and then we have the form data's channel name category. And we map over the users, and we only need the user ID for this. So this is fine. And then we can create real channels. With this, we can save and see it in action. So let's switch to the browser. Let's open up our form. Text channels is pre-populated, which we like. And then let's create a random channel name, add some participants that we think would be helpful for this discussion. And of course we need to add ourselves, otherwise we won't see it. Then we hit create channel and we need to refresh. If we do so, we see the new channel. It doesn't have any messages yet. So let's write something here and send this. We can switch channels and everything will update. Before we finish this, let's just create one more thing because we want to have a new channel and give it a different category. So let's create the channel called Tattoo Win Rocks. Let's call the create a new category called Casual Channels. Add a few participants. I'm picking random ones that has nothing to do with my Star Wars sympathy or any preferences here. I'll create the new channel. I hit the refresh button and we see we have the new category here. We can open and close. We have everything sorted after the category and we can click on them. It will switch on the right, but the right doesn't look really like the Discord that we're aiming for. So since we have now finished, the channel list here and all the functionality that we intended is there, we can now focus on the message list next. The next customization step is the message list. Before we start, I want to quickly discuss a few things here. Because we have now seen different options to customize the Stream Chat SDK to look just like we want it. We started off with the server list here, and for that we needed to do a full customization. So we wrote the logic ourselves, we wrote the entire UI ourselves. So basically we had to do everything ourselves, while the SDK allowed us to do that. For the channel list, things were a little bit more mixed because we could use parts of the SDK that helped us do things, but we also had to do some custom logic. For example, categorizing the channels into different categories and displaying them in a way that we can toggle them. So that was an example where the SDK helped us to a certain degree, but we still had to do some customization and some logic ourselves. Now for the message list, which we will use the channel for, we have now even more straightforward customization options where the SDK gives us even more help. To demonstrate this, we will do 5 customizations. We will start off by creating a custom date separator that we will copy the look from the Discord app. Then we will go for a custom channel header that will look way different to the one that comes default out of the box. We then continue styling the messages themselves, followed up by adding custom reactions to these messages, just like Discord has. Finally, we will switch up the composer to have the same style as the Discord app. And we will learn a lot of things, how to customize things and how to do some small UI tweaks here and there. So let's get started with the first customization. But before we start, I wanted to quickly mention that while these 5 are examples that I've decided to go with, we have a lot more customization options. So let's take a look at the browser. And this is the documentation for the Stream Chat React SDK. And you can see there are a lot of UI components for the chat, for the channel header, the channel list, the message list. For example, you can customize the threading there, for the messages, the avatars, the attachments, the date separator, and even for the message input, we can do a lot of customizations, but we have limited time available, so we had to put a limit to it, and we went with 5. So without further ado, let's get started. Since we want to start with the date separator, we first take a look at how it looks in the real app, and then we will copy this style. So here is the real Discord app, and you can see this is how the date separator looks. It has this line, and in the middle it has the current date or the date of the messages, and that's all there is. So let's switch back to the project and let's create a new folder here inside of the components. We have one for channel list and server list. So let's create one for the message list. And we want to have a new folder for the custom date separator. And inside we create a new file called custom date separator.tsx. Now the reason why we went with the date separator to start with is that it's a pretty easy component, but we will see a nice principle in action. So let's start by defining the component first with the custom date separator, and then what we get as an input parameter here is a props item of type date separator props. And we can import from the Stream Chat React SDK this props element, and what we see now is that it has all the necessary data that we need. So this comes in handy. We don't have to define custom properties here, define custom types. We can use this, and if we configure it in the right way, this data will automatically be handed to the component. We see the integration in a second, but let's first build up this component. It's not that much code. Of course, we want to return a JSX element, and we can extract the date from the props. And now we want to have some way to nicely show this date. So we create a little helper function, format date. Inside we return the date to local date string with a US configuration and a date style of long. So we create a string from the date like this. Then we need to return, and we always start with a div. And this has a border bottom of 2. It is a relative positioning. It is a flex layout with centering items both horizontally and vertically. And it has a Y margin of 6. Then inside we create a span where our date will live. And we position this absolute. And with left auto and right auto, we position it in the middle. We make it a small text, semi-bold, and give it a gray text color. The background will be white, which, as we will see, is the same as the message list. And we can have a X padding of 2 here. And finally, we just say we want to format this date now. with the date as a parameter, and we'll get this string out of this. Now this is all the code we need for the date separator. I promised you it would be easy. So what we can do now is we can switch to my chat, and for the channel we now can configure this separator, and that's all we need to do. By specifying the date separator property of the channel, we have all the necessary configuration done. We only need to import the custom date separator. But before we save, let's quickly switch to our app to see what it looks now and that we can compare it to the one we have configured. So right now, the date separator looks like this. It is configured to the right. It has this line here, but it doesn't look the same as we want it. So let's switch back. Let's save. And if we now switch back, we see just the configuration that we want. We have this nice looking date set with some padding around it, and it looks just like the Discord example that we wanted. So the first customization component is done. We have seen how we can hand over properties to a component directly with the SDK. So now let's see a different way. And for that, we will use the example of the channel header. If we switch to the browser, we see this is roughly how this will look. We have this hashtag sign, and then there is the title of the channel. We won't cover the descriptions here because we haven't set these yet, and we also don't cover the icons. We just want to show the concept of creating a custom channel header. So let's switch back to VS Code and create a new component here. So inside the message list, create a new folder, call it custom channel header. And inside create a new file, custom channel header.tsx. For that, we once again first define our component, calling it the custom channel header. And as usual, we want to return a JSX element. Then we have a different way of getting to the information that we need. And that is using the use channel state context hook. We need to import this from the Stream Chat React SDK. And the cool thing is that through getting access to the channel directly, we can now extract the name of the channel from the channel data. This comes in handy because that is what we actually want to display here. So let's return a container div first, with a flex layout, centering the items vertically, giving it some spacing and padding, and a bottom border. And then we first show the hashtag sign with a large text and a gray text color. And finally, we show a bold span here with the lowercase text and hand in the name. And that is all. See how easy it is when we are able to use these hooks that the SDK gives us to access the channel, and with that the name. And if there were some further descriptions, such as in the example of Discord, then we could also show this using access to the channel like this. For now, let's save this, switch back to the My Chat, and we have our channel. So the component that we now want to replace is called the header component. And for that, we want to set the custom channel header. Before we save, let's again switch back to the browser. And let's take a look. For now, we don't have any header here. So let's see if we save. Let's switch to the browser, and we can see the header is there. It looks pretty close to the Discord solution. We have some padding here, but that's fine. And yeah, we could add other elements here, but I don't want to go into too much detail. So yes, we have customized this. We have used a different technique for this. So the next component with the channel header is done. The next component that we want to customize is the message element itself. Just like before, let's first take a look at how it looks in the real Discord app and then try to replicate it as close as possible. So if we take a look, we are in the Olama Discord server here, and you can see a typical message looks like this. On the left, we have the icon of the person, then the name, then we have the date of the message, and then the text below. It's not a spectacular layout, but this is how it looks. So if we switch to our version, we are not quite there yet. So let's switch to VS Code, and let's first create a new folder in the message list, call it custom message, and create a new file inside, call it custom message.tsx. We go the usual route of first defining our component, returning a JSX element. Notice that we don't have any props here, but again, we use a hook. In this case, the use message context hook that we can import from the Stream Chat React package and have access to the message inside of it. One thing I haven't really spoken about is that while we can use this hook, it automatically knows which message it should display. And the reason for that is because in the My Chat, we define these components for the channel component itself. And therefore, the SDK is smart enough to automatically detect where it is shown and inflecting from that which message it should show. So with us using the use message context hook, it does a lot of the logic behind the scenes, and we don't have to care about anything here. After defining the hook, we can start with the UI, and we first, of course, create a div as the container. It will be a flex layout. We give it a relative positioning. This will be important later on. We add some spacing and padding. We round it out. We want to transition some colors again with a nice curve and some duration. And on the hover, we want to show a certain background. Then we add an image, which will be the profile image of the user that we want to show on the left side. For that, we need to import the image component from NextImage. And then as the class name, we want to show it rounded and squared. And it should cover the entire container here. And we specify a width and a height to make sure it always has the same size. Then we need to define the width and the height for the Next.js image component. As the source, the message will have a user object, and the user will have an image. It technically can be undefined, but since we add images whenever we define a user, in the worst case, we define a default image. This should never happen, but it's good to always give a backup. So we will add this URL here in case the user does not have an image attached. Finally, we also need to add an alt text here, and then we need to show some text. So we create another container with a container inside having some X spacing. Then we add a span with the semi-bold font, small text, and the black text color to add the user name, which we can get from the message.user.name. We don't even need to access any other data structures, such as the one we get from Clerk or our own Discord context. We just can rely on the user being set inside of the message. Then we also want to show the time. So if this message has a timestamp, and we could either go with when the message was created, or such as we are doing, we can go with the updated timestamp, which means a user might update their message. So we want to show this updated time here. And for that, we create another span with a smaller text size and a gray text color. For this, we define a new function to format the date. Now, we want to keep this flexible, so we can either get a date or a string. If we get a string, we will just return that string because we return the string object here. If not, we format this to be of US formatting, give it a date style medium and a time style of short. And we can add this message to the span here, with that getting a nice date formatting here. And finally, we add another paragraph element with a small text and a gray text color, which will contain the message's text itself, which is the core component that we want to display here. So we save this, we go back to my chat, and now we can say for the message, we want to show our custom message. We save this and switch to the browser to see it in action. So let's switch over and we can see, yep, it looks just like we wanted it to. We have the image on the left, the profile picture on the left, the name of the user who sent this, a nicely formatted timestamp when that happened, and then the text of the message itself. We even have this nice hover effect. And if we switch to another one, we see the timestamp updates because I sent this at a different time, and the text updates as well. So we achieved what we wanted. It was quite easy. We just had to use the use message context hook, and it automatically detected which message it should show and did that for us. Now we want to actually build upon this message component to add some more functionality here. Now, having these raw messages alone isn't really a lot of fun. So we can hover over them, but we can't do much else. If we look at the real Discord app, we have a lot more options. We can add reactions here, such as emojis and much, much more. We can edit, pin, reply, create a thread, copy text, even add some apps, and a lot more options. So we at least want to demonstrate here how we can build something similar. We won't build the exact same thing, but we will build a hover effect where people have different buttons they can click and create reactions from. We will also learn how to customize the emoji picker to have custom emojis. And while I know that this is not covering all the aspects of how to react and handle messages, I want to give you at least a plan how you can start with that, and you can easily go on from there and add the other reactions that you like. But we want to keep things a little bit more simple here. So let's go. We switch to VS Code, and inside of our custom message, let's add a new file and call it messageoptions.tsx. As usual, we start off with the component definition, which is called message options, and we'll have a JSX element as the return type. So we return a div, first of all, which is the container, with an absolute positioning. Remember, we want to put this relative to the message itself. So an absolute positioning makes sense here. We want to make it a flex container, center everything, add some distance to the top and the right for it to look nice, and round it off. We give it a slight background and a border to distinguish it a little bit more from the background. Then we add a button to it. We give it a class name of padding1. We want to transition the colors here. So on the hover effect, it should change a little bit. But we now have to think what we actually want to show in the button, right? So I would love to show some icons. So you know where to look for icons. We have the icons file, and I will add 3 more icons. I got all of them from Heroicons, so feel free to choose your own or take a look, but we will add 3, specifically one to create a thread, then one which is called arrow U-turn left. We will see how this looks in a second. And lastly, we have an emoji one, and keep that in mind because we will use this to do some cool things. So let's save here. Then let's import these icons from our icons component, and we can add it inside of the button. Now we just do the same thing for the other buttons. Same button class. We have the arrow U-turn left and then the next button with the thread icon next. Now I already told you that I want to also customize the message reactions. And I think a good way to do this is to have these as the general message options. And then when you click, for example, on the emoji icon, I want to show the custom emojis that users can react with for the message. So let's add this. We need to have a parameter. We could also define a local state here to track the toggling of the emoji picker, but we actually want to have this one hierarchy above. So we put the changing of the state as an input parameter here. And this is going to be of type dispatch set state action. And we have a Boolean here, open or closed. And put this as the parameter, extract this from the object, and then set it to the on-click handler of the emoji button. This sounds a little bit abstract now, but you will see in a second what I want to achieve with this. To be able to actually show the message options, we need to switch back to the custom message and extend this a little bit. First, we want to here keep track of whether or not to show the message options at all. So let's add a use state hook with the show options parameter here. We need to import this. And we also want to specify whether or not we want to show the reactions selector, which you will see in a second how we do this. So let's add another parameter here called show reactions with the use state hook as well. Now, the question is, when do we want to show these reactions? And I would say whenever a user hovers over our container div for the message. Now, in order to do this, we have a handy mechanism. So the on mouse enter event of a div does just that. So we say on mouse enter, we want to set show options to true, because if they hover, we want to show the options for this message. And on mouse leave, we want to set show options to false, which makes it very easy to display them. But we're not actually displaying them. So we need to add a option here to say whenever show options is true, we now want to render our message options. So we want to render these message options. We need to import that. And what we can set as the parameter is the set show reactions. Remember, the type here is a dispatch set state action Boolean, which just happens to be exactly this function here. So we can put this in and we can toggle the emoji reactions from the message options. Now, we might be able to toggle this, but we're not actually showing anything. So let's add this next. Whenever our show reactions parameter is true, we now want to render something. And for that, we will use the built-in component, which is called reaction selector. We need to import that from the StreamChat React package. And we position this in an absolute way. With this, we're almost done because we will show emojis now to be able to be clicked, but we're not actually rendering them because we're simply showing the message text so far. Luckily, there is another component that we can use from the StreamChat React SDK, and that is called the reactions list. We need to import that and save, and this will simply show all the reactions that the current message has without us needing to add any more functionality. Now let's see how this looks in our app. We switch to the local host and we already see if we hover, we see now these nice options here. We can hover over them. To make this a bit bigger, we can hover over them, and these two don't have any functionality attached. Remember, we can't build everything here. So feel free to add your own functionality if you like. But for the emojis, if we click on that, the list of emojis will now appear. These are the default ones. And remember, we wanted to change them. We'll do that next. but at least everything works. And if we click here again, they will disappear again. We could have also said on hover, we just want to show the emojis. That's also possible, but we decided to go with that to demonstrate how to show multiple options here. All right, so next let's change the emojis that we actually want to display. This is another easy fix because now we can create a new file here inside of the custom message. And let's call these custom message reactions.tsx. Now remember, the way we do this is just an example. You can select whatever reactions you like, but we first create an array of custom reaction options. And then we add multiple elements to this. First, we create a reaction of type runner. We add this emoji here and name it runner. And we will add other ones such as the sun, a star, confetti, and finally the howdy emoji. It's just random ones I selected. You can do whatever you like. And notice this is just a simple string, really. So you can also customize this very, very heavily with other things. And the cool thing is, due to its generic nature, you can basically put in anything. We save, and this won't do anything yet because we need to tell the SDK that we actually want to use our reaction options and not the ones that are configured by default. So we switch back to our My Chat application, and for the channel, we have another option called Reaction Options. And here we can now use our custom reaction options. And we save here. And if we switch back now and we hover over this, show our emoji selector, we see it now shows our custom emojis. We can click on them. And due to the reactions list that we have imported, let me show that again. Inside of our message options, inside of our custom message, we have the reactions list. And this is responsible for displaying these emojis. So I can also show another one. I can even show all the emojis if I want. Cool. So with that, we have demonstrated a way to add some custom message options that we can completely control how to display them. And also an option to take an existing component, specifically the emoji picker, and customize it in a very easy way without needing to build up some custom UI, but reusing the component that the SDK gives us, but customizing it towards our needs. Now, the last component we want to customize to demonstrate is the message composer. So let's do this now. So for this, let's again take a look at the Discord app first and then build up our own. We can see here that the message composer has this nice gray background color. On the left, it has this plus circle. And if we click on this, we have menu options. Notice that these options look very similar to the ones that we have here. They are just in reverse order. Well, now you know why we have the option for this menu item component to show the items in reverse order, because this is exactly what we want to do, because otherwise the functionality is quite the same. So we want to have this plus icon to show some options here. We will have this input field, and then we have a few buttons here on the right that we also want to display, which have a few options. We won't cover all the options here, and we won't cover this cool hover effect. Let me know in the comments if you want to see how to do that, because I think that would be quite fun. But yes, this is how the composer looks like. So let's jump into VS Code to start building that. We open up the Explorer here, and inside the message list, let's create a new folder and let's call it message composer. And inside we create a new file called message composer.tsx. as X. To build it up, let's first create the component as usual with the JSX element to return. Then we add a plus menu open parameter with a use state hook, which we will use to handle the click on the plus icon and show a menu whenever that happens. Next, we extract the channel from the use chat context that we need to import. And then we add another state variable, this time for the message. Now this will be an input where users can type in their message. You can have conversations about whether to use an input or a text area. We don't want to go into too much detail here. I recently heard that Google, the website, uses a text area for the Google search input, but we're going with an input because we're very contrary to everything. I'm just kidding, of course. Okay, after the message is created, the message parameter, I should say, is created, we can now start building up the UI. And guess what we start with? Yep, it's a div. And this div has a flex layout. We give it some margin and some padding. We give it a gray composer background. I don't think we've added the color yet. So let's do this now. I need to copy this. And let's go to Tailwind config and add the color. It is defined as an HSL color because I took it directly from Discord. We center everything horizontally and vertically here and give it some spacing and roundedness and specify the text color as well. And we give the relative positioning because remember we want to show an overlay of the menu, which is why the relative positioning makes sense. Inside we add a button, and if we click on that button, we want to set the plus menu to open. We're used to this technique already, so I won't talk about this much more. And what we actually want to display is a plus circle here. So we already defined this in our icons, so we can import this and show it. On hover, we want to give it a slight effect here, so let's keep it like this. Then, if the menu is actually open, we now need to think about what we actually want to display. And that is some menu options, right? So I think a good idea is to keep that separate in a separate file so that we can change them whenever we want. So let's add a new file here, call it plus items tsx. And if we think about this, this is very similar to what we have built in the channel list top bar here with the menu items. We have list row elements with a naming, an icon, and border settings. So we'll do something very, very similar here. So we first import the icons that we want to show. And there's actually a new one, which is called apps. So let's add this to the icons. Guess where I got that from? Yep, it's from Heroicons. So we have this here, and then we go back to plus items, and now we add another import, which is the list row element. Remember, this is the type that we used for menu items. And then we can define a plus items array of these list row elements. And then the first one is going to be upload a file. The icon will be the folder plus. The bottom border will be false. And now finally we can make use of our reverse order option. We set this to true here. We add another element, create thread, and lastly the use apps with the apps icon. Not spectacular, this is what we are used to. And we save this and we can switch back to the message composer because now we can show a container here, giving it an absolute positioning, a slight padding, making the z-index larger than the usual one, so it will show above our rest of the content. And then do some positioning with the left and the bottom parameters here. We then show a container which has the white background, it has a shadow and some roundedness, and we give it a fixed width and a flex layout. And for that we need the plus items so we can map over them. We show a button for each of them, give it a key. We know that the option name is unique, So let's just use that. And we give it an on-click listener where we set the plus menu to open, or we set the plus menu open parameter to false. So I have to confess, we're not adding the functionality here, but I think I've shown quite a few times how to add functionality to these buttons. So feel free to add that. But if we would add all the functionality, this would be a 10-hour video. With that, we can now show the channel list menu row UI component, give the option here, and we need to import this from the top bar where we've created this. And by giving it the options, it will display just like we want it to. Then we can finally start with the input element. And for that, we give it a class name. We have the transparent border. The background will be also transparent. We want no outline, but a small text with a semi-bold font, no margin, and a text gray normal color. This is again a very specific color that Discord uses. So let's create this as well. I have this here. It just is slightly different again. I'm not sure if it's necessary, but we want to keep things correct. So we add the gray normal here and can use it inside of the input. Then we want to give it a type text, and the value will be the message, so the state that we have defined up here. On change, we want to update this message with the current value of the input field, and we give it a placeholder that says message and the channel name with the fallback option. Finally, we want to show a few more icons there. So we have the emoji and the GIF as well as the present. But as you realize, we don't have these two yet. So let's import them from Heroicons. I have done that for you. So we can import the GIF or GIF and the present. We save this and switch back. So all of the imports now work. So let's add these elements. We won't add functionality to them, just a nice hover effect. And now the last thing we need to do is we can now input the message, but we don't have a functionality yet to send the message. So we need some form of send button. And luckily the StreamChat React SDK comes with the send button. So let's import that and put it inside here. And all we need to do is specify a send message function here, where we can now handle the functionality ourselves. Notice that this is only one of the possibilities we have. We could also do things differently, but I think this is the most straightforward solution for our use case. So for the send message function, it's actually quite simple. We have the channel available from the use chat context. And what we can do is we can simply send a message here with the current message that the user has typed in. After sending the message, we want to reset the message so that the input field is empty again. And with that, the message composer is actually done. The only thing remaining is we need to actually call this from our myChat component. And here we can specify the input, which is going to be our message composer object. Before we save, again, let's switch to our project and we see the current composer still looks like this. So not what we want. We switch back and save. And if we reload now, we can see this is more like what we wanted to have. Let's see with another channel. We can see the message here updates quite nicely. So we can click the plus icon. It will show these options here with the nice reverse order. We can click on one, it will close. We have the present, the GIF, and the emoji here. And now we can even send messages. Crazy functionality for a chat app, right? But let's send a message here. give it an emoji just for the heck of it, and then hit the send button and it appears. Our date separator works. We can react to this with the howdy emoji and close this again. So with that, the message list is finished, and we have customized this quite a bit to look like the Discord app itself. And I want to restate that we haven't added all the functionality that Discord offers, but this would also been quite hard. So I think I showed you all the necessary tools that you need to add more customization options if you like. But I think it looks quite cool already, so I'm happy with the result. And we have now a functioning chat app that allows you to create servers, to create channels and categorize them. We can even send messages, and that's all we need to express ourselves, right? Well, there is one more thing that we want to add. We have reached the last chapter of our tutorial here, and thanks for staying with me for so long. And now we want to add a really cool feature to our application, which is audio and video calling. Specifically, we add the option to create audio channels and even jump into video calls just from this. First, let's again take a look at how Discord does this, and then we see how we can implement it ourselves. So here's the Discord app. We see we have a section here called voice channels. It's in German, but I guess you get the gist. And you can join a channel by clicking on it. You can see that there's myself inside there, and if we turn on the camera, we even see there is a person inside. So we can disconnect again, then we are left here. And yeah, so we will not replicate it exactly, but we will add a switch to implement the text channels with the voice channels. And when going into a voice channel, we'll also show the video tiles. All right, so now that we know what we want to build, let's talk about the how. And luckily for us, we have used Stream Chat for our chat functionality. And there is a new, at the time of the recording, video SDK and audio SDK available for us to use. So let's take a look at the documentation here. I can go to getstream.io, go to developer and see video and audio here. I can scroll down and there are quite a few SDKs already available and example applications. So that's cool. Just take a look at the React documentation. There are a lot of pages here for UI cookbooks and some advanced guides that we won't take a look at now, but feel free to check them out. I will add the link in the description of the video. But what's also cool, we have already seen the Stream dashboard in action. And we know there's a messaging section here where we have taken a look at. And the good thing is we can do the same for video and audio. So we will have different call types, push notifications, logs, and Explorer to see if there are any calls. The good thing is that it uses the same API key and the same secret. So everything we have done so far has laid a lot of the groundwork for audio and video calling already, which is great for us. So let's start with the implementation and switch to VS Code. Since this is a different package than the Chat SDK, because you could also use only one of them, let's first add the dependency for the Stream Video React SDK, like this. We wait for it to finish, and now we can restart our server so that we can close the terminal here. Now we've added the dependency, but we haven't really initialized the SDK yet. So let's do this next. We will do a lot of similar things compared to the chat initialization. so we can benefit from this. And the first thing we do is we've added the use client hook here for the channel initialization and access to the channel. So let's add the same thing for the video client, and we call it use video client.ts. Close the sidebar. And I will go over the initialization very quickly because we have done essentially the same thing when initializing the chat client. So if you're unsure, then pause the video and jump back to the section where we initialize the Chat SDK. So we create the use video client hook. We have a use client options type that we use again from the chat hook. And we need the API key, a user, and the token or the provider to create a user token. And then we can import the stream video client because this is what we want to return here, or undefined if anything fails. We create a video client that we later initialize. So let's use a state variable here. And in the end, we will return this. We need to import the use state hook. And so let's think about how we can initialize the video client. And we use a use effect hook because we want to execute this only once, of course. And then we can say we want a new stream video client with the API key. We can reuse the one we already added to our environment. So that comes in handy. And then we want to prevent the application from setting a stale client. So we have to do the same dance of did user connect interrupt. We then use the stream video client to initialize the connection with the connect user for the user and the token that we get as parameters up here. If everything works out nicely and the connection has not been interrupted, we simply set the video client using the set video client from the use state. And if this gets destroyed, we want to return something, of course. We want to set did user connect interrupt to true. We want to set the video client to undefined. And then we wait for it to finish to disconnect the user. And we lock this because we want to know when this is happening. We need to add the dependencies for the API key, the user ID, and the token. We actually would need more, but we disable this because this would cause unnecessary re-renders. So this is the way we can leave the use video client. The next step is to actually initialize it somewhere. And we can take a look again at where we have done this for the chat client, which is here in the My Chat component. So we can add the video client here as well. Now again, this works really similar to the chat client. So first, let's import this use video client hook that we just defined. And then right after the chat client, let's also initialize the video client with the same API key, user, and token. So this plays together very nicely. We add an error message in case the video client is not initialized after calling this. So we will see the video error here. And then the last thing that we need to do is actually wrap the chat in a stream video object and end this. And we can import this finally. The reason for this is that this works in the same way as our Discord context is basically injected into the DOM. So by wrapping the chat in the stream video object, we will have access to all the necessary hooks that we want to use everywhere we actually will use them. So with that, everything is initialized. And the next thing for us is to think about how we will create calls. And we will do this in the Discord context because this is where we have implemented most of the logic. So I think it makes sense that we extend the Discord state here by adding a new function to this. First off, we start by adding a new function here, and it's called create call. We will need access to the stream video client here. So let's import this, because when creating a call, we need to have the access to the client. Then we also hand in a server. We could also use the server in the state, but I have an idea where we actually want to reuse this function. So let's trust me and use it here. We want to hand in a channel name, of course, and some user IDs, which will be the members of the call. In the initial value, we need to create an empty function for this. Makes sense. And we can start by creating a new function using the use callback hook. We won't need any dependencies here. So let's start with the actual function here. It's going to be async because we will do some networking calls. We add the parameters that we have just defined. And then first we create a call ID with the usual UUID. And we can then initialize a call like this. We call the client.call. We will use the default type. There are other ones as well, but in our use case, the default type is enough. If you want to learn more, there is a documentation page for this. I will add the link in the description of the video. Then we need to define the channel members or the call members. And this is going to be of type member request. So let's import this at the top here. And then the user IDs can be mapped to convert them to member requests, which is fairly easy because we just take the user ID and return the user underscore ID. This is how this object looks. So it's a fairly easy conversion for us. Next up, we wrap the next calls in a try catch block and log the error if something went wrong. And then we call the audio call.create function, which is going to be the async one. And we add some data to each call, which is going to be important. We have the same option to add data to a custom field, so we can use whatever we like. We first add the server ID, the server name, and then also the call name, which will be the channel name that we get as an input parameter here. Finally, we need to add the members that we have just created to the call. We finally log this because we want to do something with it, and we will see if everything worked out after seeing this log. Then for the store, we need to add the create call function to have everything set correctly. Now, the idea is that whenever we create a new server, we also want to create one audio channel so that users can jump right in. So let's add this functionality to the create server. So basically what we want to do, we create a channel, and after calling the messaging channel.create, we want to also create a new call that we'll also add to the server. So parameter-wise, what we need here is the video client. So let's change this for the parameters. In the create server, we add the video client additionally to the regular client. We don't need to change anything here. And here we can actually close this. But for the create server, we now add the video client here. And all we really need to do is check here if the current server has a value. Then we call the create call function with the video client, the mystate.server name. We call it the general voice channel. It's just something similar as the welcome channel for the messaging portion. And we add the user IDs that we have for the new server creation. We need to add the dependencies for create call and the mystate.server. And with that, we are good to go. Awesome. Great job. But we shouldn't celebrate too early because we have actually changed the signature of the create server function. So we need to update wherever we call this. And if you remember correctly, we call this in the create server form. And we already see there is an error here. So the create server is missing an argument. So after calling the use chat context and importing the client here, let's also import the video client using the useStream video client hook. We need to import this. And at the bottom here, we can add the video client as a parameter here. However, it says that it can't be undefined. So let's add a check before saying if the video client is not there, we want to log there has been an error. So probably in a real world app, you would want to have some more meaningful messages here, but for us, that's fine. Everything works and we can save. So we are now able to create calls or create audio channels, at least when creating a new server. We're still missing a forum to create this, but I have something up my sleeve for later on. But we don't show them yet. So let's next create a way to show the actual calls in our custom channel list. For that, we create a new component and let's think about where we want to put that. I think in the channel list is a good space because we actually put them inside there. So let's add a call list folder here and add a file calllist.tsx. We start off as usual by creating a new component, calling it calllist and having a JSX element to return. We start by extracting the server from the use Discord context hook and importing that. Now let's think about though what we actually need to build up this call list. We will have a list of all the calls and we'll create a function to load them just as we have done for the regular channels. What we also want to do is when a user clicks on a call, they should join the call. And we will handle this by having a call ID inside of our Discord context that we track. So we need to add this. And then we also need a function to actually set this. So let's switch to the Discord context. It's not a lot of code that we need to add. But first, we add a call ID here, which can be either a string or undefined. With that, we know whether we want to actually render a call or just render the regular channel on the right side of our column layout. But we get to that in a second. Then we also need a function to set a call with the call ID being either string or undefined. So when we leave a call, we will set this to undefined and our UI will update accordingly. We have to give initial values. That's pretty obvious. And now what we need to do is create a set call. We wrap it in a use callback hook, have the parameter here. And all we need to do really is to update the state with the new call ID. That's all we need to do here. And with that, we're set. We need to add the properties to the store. So let's add first the dependency to the set my state here, and then add the call ID to the store and the set call function. We're done with the Discord context. And now we can import these two properties here and continue to build up the call list. We import the client using the useStream video client hook. And since we want to toggle the calls or the audio channels, we will do the same thing as we have done for the category item. If you're unsure, you can also pause now and skip back to when we were creating the channel list. But essentially most of the logic is the same. So I will once again go over that a little bit quicker. But we keep track of whether the list is shown or not with the isOpen property. We need to import the useState hook. And then we also want to have a number of calls or audio channels that we want to display, which will be an array of call objects, which is just an object from the video SDK. Next, we add the function to actually load all the audio channels that we can. We wrap it in a use callback hook, import that, and then we can use the video client here to query for the calls, and we actually need a few parameters here. The first one being a filter condition, because what we actually want is we only want to query for the calls on this server. And remember, we have set the server name and the server ID on a call when creating it. So this is where we can filter for this. We could also filter for the ID, which is probably a better idea, but we have gone with the name here, which, well, is okay for now. And what we also need to do is we need to sort them so that the latest created is actually at the top. We want to watch them, which means we want to listen to changes. And then we can check whether our calls request actually returned calls. If yes, then we just set them using the set calls from the use state here. Pretty straightforward. We need to add the dependencies for the client and the server. And we need to actually call the load audio channels function. So let's add a use effect hook. Let's implement this. And we just call the load audio channels here and add the dependency. With that, we have all the logic necessary, and we can start with the UI. So we want to return something here, and you know it, we start with a div. I really need to reduce my div usage. We give it a full width and some Y margin, because this will be shown underneath the regular text channels or messaging channels. So let's add some margin to this. And we add another container div, giving it a flex layout, centering everything, and a great text color, as well as some margin and a right padding. We want to have a button here because, well, we want to do something. We have the class name of flex. We give it the full width and center everything, but align it to the start, giving it some X padding. And what we want to do, we want to click on this and then toggle whether the menu is actually open. So whether we want to show our calls or our audio channels or not. Now we've actually done this before. So just very quickly, we will show a chevron, which is a chevron pointing downwards. And we want to rotate this and have an animation for this. And this is how we do it. If it's open, we do nothing. And if not, we rotate it by a negative of 90 degrees. And with the transition and the easing curves, this will give us a nice animation here. We then also want to have a title for the category here with an inline block. We make it uppercase, which is just the same style that we've used for other categories. And here we hard code it because for the voice channels, we just want one category where every call or every voice channel goes to. Then if we click on the plus icon there, we of course want to bring the user to a form to actually create voice channels. And we will actually use the create channel form for that. We will do this afterwards. And we add a new parameter here, which is going to be isVoice equals true. Remember this because we will use this and add this to the create channel form later. For the category, like I said, we always add the voice channels category that you can see here to have all the calls underneath this category. We want to show a link first here, right? This is going to be a link. And we want to show a plus icon for this that we need to import from our icons. Then when the menu is open, we want to have a new container with some nice X padding. And then we map over all the calls. And for each of the calls, we show a button again with the call ID as the key. We add a class name to make it look nice, which is going to be very similar to the channels that we have shown before. So we give it a full width. We have a flex layout with centering items, adding some margin and padding. And on click, we now want to set the call with the call ID. So this means if a user clicks on an audio channel, we want to put them into the actual call. After that, we add a speaker icon to the left. We need to import this from our component icons. And the difference here is that for the text channels, we have shown this hashtag sign, and here we use a speaker to differentiate the types of channels. And then we add a span. The only interesting thing is that if we are actually in this call, so we compare the call IDs of this call with the current call set in our Discord context, then we want to make the text bold. And we simply show the call name here that we can create from the form once we have added this. And with that, the call list is done. Let's save and see if this actually worked. So going back to the browser, we don't really see any audio channels here, but this is because for the server we have already created, we don't have any. So let's create a new server here. Let's call it audio demonstration server. Let's add an image, and I will once again take this from Unsplash from Matthew Chungling here, who shared this beautiful microphone. So let's copy the image address and add it here. Let's verify that it's from images.unsplash. Nice, perfect. So let's add a few members to this server and create it. We need to refresh to see this, which is also not ideal. And we can see, after a bit of loading, because it's a really high-res image, we see our audio demonstration server. It messes with our layout a little bit, but that is fine. And the problem is we don't see the channels, which might look strange, but it actually makes sense because we forgot something. We have created the call list, but we're not using it anywhere. So let's add them to the custom channel list. And above our create channel form, let's add the call list. We save, and switching back, we now see the voice channels. Nice. Well, actually, it's not that nice because we don't see a channel here. I know we've introduced a bug, but the funny thing here is when we switch back to the test server, we now have a channel here. That shouldn't have happened. We want to add the channel to the new server, not the old one. But I know what the issue is. So let's switch back and let's take a look at the Discord context, because what we're doing here is we check if the mystate.server is there, and then we create the call for the mystate.server. But actually we create a new server here before, and we should actually add the call to this new server. So let's create a server object here with the new server ID that we have just created and the name that we got from the parameter and the image URL. So we set this new server. We don't need to check for it because we know it's there. We can remove this as well and this. And if we save, we can even remove the dependency. And we save this, and let's try this again. We add a new server. We call it audio test. We need a new image, which is very important because luckily I found another one by Thomas Lee. We can copy the image address and switch back to our app. Let's verify it's images.unsplash. We add some very cool people and this dude, and we create the new server. Now if we reload, it takes some time that this is loaded, but we actually have a voice channel here. Now we see it has this nice speaker icon in front instead of the hashtag sign for the text channels. We can click on it and it actually went bold. So we can see if we click on this, it works. The call ID is now set. We don't have any way of unsetting it, but well, that's fine. But yeah, that looks nice. Now we're not showing calls yet. So I think this is the logical next step to do this. Now, in order to join a call, we actually need a component to have that call. So let's go to VS Code and add this. We create a new folder here because this doesn't really fit into any of the ones we have created so far. Call it my call. And inside we create a new file, mycall.tsx. And we start by creating a mycall component. We need one parameter that we put into it, which is going to be the call ID. From that, we are able to join the call, so that's sufficient for us. We want to have a call object that we have access to and that we can set because we need to join it first. And the call object is something we have from the Stream Video SDK. We import the useState hook and the call object. Again, that's from the Video React SDK from Stream. So then we initialize the client using the useStreamVideo client hook. We need to import this as well. And then we create a joining or setJoining state variable because we want to show something to the user when we are currently joining the call. But to join or create the call, we initialize a useCallback hook that we import. And then we check on the client for the call with the call ID that we get as a parameter. We first of all want to disable the camera because when we join an audio channel, it's deactivated by default, but we can activate it anytime. Then we will join the call. If it's not created yet, we will create it. The reason for that is that while we create the call, when we create a new server, we still need to initialize a session, and we can do this like that because if we call the join without that, it will say that there is no active call, we can't join it, but with the create true, this will happen automatically. And then we update the call here in our state property. We need then to say that setJoining is false because this is not happening anymore. The client and the call ID are the dependencies we need to add. Then of course we use the useEffect hook again and we say if the video client is undefined, we want to log an error and return. Otherwise, if there is no call, so if we haven't joined any call yet and if this is not set, if joining is true, then we create the call by calling the create call function. If we're not currently joining, we set joining to true. This looks a bit cumbersome, but this is a way to prevent that the create call function is called multiple times. We add the necessary dependencies to the useEffect hook, and then we say if the call is not there, we want to return something, which is going to be a text saying join call. We add some styling to this, which is not that important. We add a nice pulse animation that Tailwind offers. But this is just in case the user has not joined the call yet. Otherwise, we return a stream call object. We need to import this from the Video SDK. And what this does is similar to the stream video object that we added to the myChat component. This will inject everything call related to the components that live below this. So it's convenient for us because we can use any hooks that we like and that the SDK offers if we wrap a component in the stream call object. But for that, we need to create our own component. So let's create one to show some form of call layout. And let's call it call layout.tsx. And you're already used to that. We will start by initializing the component. Nope, not this time. This time we will first import the CSS styles file that the Video React SDK gives us, and I will tell you in a second why. And only then we import or we create the call layout component. We add the setCall function from the useDiscord context because we will need this later. So we import the useDiscord context hook. Then we can call the useCallState hooks And like I mentioned, in the my call, we wrap the object in a stream call provider. And this gives us the opportunity to actually use these hooks and get access to a lot of convenience functions that we can use to build out the layout. In our case, we get the use call calling state and the use participant count hooks, and we will use them, but we first need to import this, of course, and then we will use the use participant count hook to get the participant count, and the use call calling state hook to get the calling state. It's terrible when you need to say these words, but I think the usage is quite straightforward. Now, if we are not in the calling state.joined, we want to show something here, and that is a loading indication. But in a call, if we have joined a call, we will wrap everything in the stream theme. And here comes the CSS that we've imported at the beginning, because when using the components that the Stream Video SDK gives us, we get nice styling out of the box. It won't look exactly like Discord does, but I think this video has been quite excessive already. So I think we're fine with adding some default themed video and audio calling here. And if you want to see more, if you want to see a follow-up maybe on how to customize this, then definitely leave a comment below the video and we will try our best to get this done as well. But we wrap everything in the stream theme. We need to import this. And as I said, this is one of the components from the React SDK. We will first show how many participants are actually in the call. And then we will show a speaker layout, which is also a component from the video SDK. And we can even customize this with, for example, where to put the participants. And we choose the bottom position. We also have other options that we can set, for example, the participant bar limit. And we can even customize the UI, but we won't do that here. And we also want to show call controls, which is another component. And this component gives us a nice function, which is onLeave, which is something we can really use because while we can join a call, we don't really have an option to leave a call yet. But if we make use of this onLeave function, we can simply call the setCall function of the Discord context that we have defined. And we can even call it with the undefined value, meaning we will leave the call because we will configure this in the MyChat component in a second, so stay tuned. But with that, the call layout is finished. In the myCall, let's set the call layout and we need to import this from here. With that, the myCall is ready. The only remaining thing is to actually show this. So let's switch to the MyChat component. And first we need to import the call ID from the use Discord context. We need to import that as well. And now we can use this call ID because now we either want to show the channel if the call ID is undefined, or show the myCall component if the call ID actually has a value. So let's wrap the channel inside of the check if the call ID is actually undefined. If that is the case, we want to show the channel and everything that comes with it, just like we did before. But if the call ID is actually defined and there is a value, we want to show the myCall component and put in the call ID, meaning that we will connect to the call inside of it. And remember, because we set the onLeave function in the call controls of the call layout, we will be able to set the call ID to undefined again to show the channel again. Only thing remaining is to import the myCall. Then we save. And we're actually ready to test if this works. To do this, let's switch to the browser And we're still in the audio test server. And now we can click on the general voice channel here. What should happen is that the channel will get replaced by the video call layout. This will get bold and we are in the call. So let's click here. It switches. We quickly saw the joining call with the pulsing, and we actually see our window here. As we have defined, the video is deactivated per default, but we see the speaking indicator that happens when I speak. We see the number of participants here, and we can even activate the video so that it takes my MacBook cam. You could also let me choose from the different input options here for the microphone as well. So let's first close this again. So for the very little implementation that we needed to do, we get a lot of functionality. We even get screen sharing. We get emoji reactions. So I can add this reaction here. We can even record the call. So there's a lot we can get just by using the default components. And again, I won't go into more details on how to customize the layouting here. It would be interesting for sure, but like I said, the video is already quite long. So if you want to see more on this, definitely leave a comment. And the last thing we need to check is if we end the call, we will switch back to the channel and this will get unbold, I would say. So let's try this. We click, we switch to the channel back, and this is not set anymore. Everything works just as we prepared this, which is very nice. And I'm quite happy for that. And the only thing remaining is that when we click on the plus icon here, we can only create text channels. And that is the last thing we want to change. So let's do it. We can just remember that when we take a look at the link here, we already added the isVoice equals true to the query parameters here. So we can make use of that inside of the create channel form. Speaking of the create channel form, let's switch to VS Code and let's add the necessary functionality here. First of all, we want to add a distinction between the channel types. So we want to be able to create text channels as well as voice channels. So in our form state, let's add a new parameter here called channel type, which can be either text or voice. Now our initial state doesn't work anymore. We need to add a default value. We choose this to be text, which is random. We could also go for voice instead. Now we want to give the option to create voice channels. So we need to import a few more things. First of all, we need the video client, and we actually need to import this useStream video client hook. And for the import of the use Discord context hook, we also need to add the server here and the create call function. With this, everything is ready. And first of all, we load the category here and try to pre-populate this. This doesn't quite work perfectly. So let's introduce a use effect hook that does that better. And in the meantime, also updates the category type. So for this use effect hook, we first extract the category from the params. And then we also get the isVoice parameter that I've just shown you from the query parameters and update the form data with the channel type. If isVoice is set, we use the voice. If not, we use the simple text. We set the channel name to empty because this is not something that people will have initially. And we update the category if there is one. Otherwise, we leave that empty as well. And for the users, we show an empty array. That makes sense. We add the dependencies. And with this preparation done, we can start with doing the UI work. So inside of our form, before we add the channel name, let's add the UI to select between the voice and text channels. We first add a div because that's what we do. We give it a slight spacing of 4, and then we add the headline of channel type with the label title. Then we create another div that will be the container here to hold the different options for this. We give it a full width, flex layout, some spacing, and center everything together with some padding and roundedness. And then we add a label here, which will be for the text channels, and a class name of flex with the flex of 1 and centering everything together with some spacing. And we add a span, which is going to be the hashtag sign with a large font. And then for the div, we add a text as the headline text and a small explanation for this, what you can do in these kinds of channels. Finally, what will be the most important thing is the input. And this time we use a radio button. So we want users to be able to select only one, and there the radio type makes sense. We add the ID, the name, the value, and then whether this is checked. And for that, we check the form data.channel type. If it is text, we want to set this as checked. If we change, so on change of this value, we want to update our form data to have the channel type text. We do the same thing for the audio version. So I'll go over this a little bit quicker. We have a label for voice now. We give it the same class name. Instead of the hashtag sign, we use a speaker icon. We need to import this from our icons. And then we use another container for the voice headline and the explanation what you can actually do there. We add the input. Again, this is going to be a radio element with the voice ID and the value of voice. We say this one is checked whenever the form data.channel type is voice. And whenever we change, we update the form data with the channel type voice. With this, the UI is done. But we need to think, because when the create clicked is called, we only create a channel as of now. But actually want to distinguish between creating a channel and creating a call using the channel type that was configured here. So let's wrap this in a switch statement, because we want to do one thing when we have the text channel type and the voice channel type. We want to do a different thing. So let's add a switch over the channel type, and let's add the case text. For that, we want to create the channel. And otherwise, for the case voice, we now want to check, is the video client and the server there? And then we can use the create call with the video client, the server, the channel name, and the users. With this, we are done, and we can finally take a look at that. Well, it doesn't look terrible, I would say. The functionality is there. But of course, this doesn't look too nice. So what we need to do is actually add some styling to these radio elements. So let's do this next. So you might think this would require a lot of customization, but actually it's only a few lines of code. We switch to our global CSS and we add a customization for the input of type radio. We give this 3 Tailwind classes, and we give it a fixed width and height and a bottom margin of 0. And then we also want to change the coloring, and now it's blue, but we actually want it to be black. And for that, we can use the accent color. We set it to black. And when we save, it looks very nice. This is just the look that we were going for. So we have everything here working nicely. We know that we can create text channels, but let's check if we can also create voice channels, shall we? We give it a name, which is going to be test audio, and we add people to it. Po, Leia, and Yoda, because he speaks nice. And let's create the channel. We need to refresh, and the channel is there. We can join it. Joining. I'm unfortunately the only one inside here. I would have loved to chat with these people to finish up the video, but well, what can you do? But I think this is the end. We have implemented everything that we wanted. We can now have voice channels and even video calls very easily set up. We get a lot of functionality such as, well, video and audio calling, screen sharing, recording, emoji reactions, and much more with only a few lines of code really, and we can create new channels. We have a beautiful UI to switch between those. And I think that was a pretty successful implementation of audio and video calling. Before we end the video, I want to sum up quickly what we have achieved in this massive video or course or whatever you want to call it. We have started off by creating a modern state-of-the-art application using Next.js and Tailwind. We have then integrated with a custom authentication provider, in our case Clerk, to add authentication to our app using social services such as Google, but also offering email and password login. We have then added the stream dependency and connected these two services by syncing the users between the Clerk and the stream backend. Then we have started the beautiful implementation of the Discord system, first with creating the server lists and adding the direct messages functionality, and having a form to create new servers. We even have created a little script here to populate the users with some mock data. Then we have added the channel list. We have added this beautiful menu here. We have created text channels and categorized them. We have added this bottom bar here where people can log out and have some more functionality here. We can create new channels with a name and different categories, adding users again. We have then customized the way that messages look. We have a custom header here, a custom composer, the date separator, and more look very different compared to what comes out of the box. So it shows that we have these powerful capabilities to customize it in the way we want. Finally, we have added voice and video calling just like that. We can join calls. We can add a video call by just clicking on the video button. We can add screen sharing. We can have emoji reactions and more. And we can leave the calls to get back. I think this is incredible what we can build in only a few hours. And this would be a fully functional app if we deployed this somewhere. So I would say we have done a great job here. If you enjoyed this video, then please give it a like and subscribe to the channel, because this was indeed a lot of work. It was also really enjoyable. And if you have questions, if you have ideas or just feedback, then please leave it in the comments or reach out to us on our socials. I will link all of them in the description of the video. But for now, I have to say thank you and much respect for hanging in until the end. And I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something, and I hope you can now build your dream project yourself. Have a great day.